On your bedis, you'll see one Ganesh Murti and a Narayan Murti. Obviously, the main Yajmans will have extra Murtis. You'll see a Lota, the Kalsa. Then next to that, you will see the 9 planets, the Navagraha Puja. Immediately in front of that is the Mukhwas Prasad offering. Next to that is the fruits. And you got your Agarbati stands there. On top of your budget, you will have a bowl of water with 2 teaspoons in it, and you got a bowl of Panchamrit also. Okay? Just below that, on the floor, you will see a wash tray. That wash tray must remain blank all the time because that's where you're going to be doing and washing your murtis and your pujas also. On your right-hand side, you should have a tray of colors together with red kanku, rice, and chandan. I want you all to make sure that you put half a teaspoon of water to wet the kanku and the chandan powder. If you can, not the colors, please, just the red kanku and the chandan powder. You decide how thick you want it. Don't make it too liquidish. Then you got 3 containers of colors, the white, purple, and orange. Again, abil, gulal, sindur. Then you've got 6 white cotton threads. Next to that, you'll probably have 2 red cotton threads. Okay? Then you've got 1 bitter nut, pan, sopari together. 1 pan with a coin and a sopari on top of that. Just leave it there as it is. When we're doing the Kalsa Puja, we will utilize all those puja samagris also. You will have 1 teaspoon and another small clear teaspoon that you can use for your colors also. Okay? Front of you, you should have 1 flour tray that's already got, remember, the flour is already mixed with kanku and rice prepared for you. So you don't have to dip your flowers in any of your kanku or rice also. Then you'll have a tray of greens, mango leaves, grass, turf, and Tulsi leaves. Front of that, you will have a coconut with a red string on top of it and a packet of agarbati. Below the budget, or maybe underneath, you might have an arti tray with a lamp and some flowers in it. So you can just leave that for the last also. Yeah. I think we've covered everything. 1 or 2 instructions. Firstly, we have all couples seated here. Each one will get an opportunity to do at least 2 pujas. I will request that we share these pujas. The position of all the yajmans are such that the yajmans on my right-hand side will do the Navagraha and the Lakshmi-Narayan puja or the Narayan puja, and the yajmans on the left-hand side will do the Ganesh puja and the Kalash puja. So in that way, both yajmans will have an opportunity to do all the pujas. 1 individual from each budget will do the offering, whilst the other yajman will hold the hands. The facilities that has been provided is for 1 person to do all the offerings. So it will be clear. So if you got 6 red strings there, 2 for Ganapati, 2 for Lakshmi-Narayan, and we got 2 for the Kalsa, and 2 for Ganapati. So you got 6 red, white strings, so you know exactly one person is going to do the offering. All the instructions are in English, so it will be very easy to follow also. Obviously, the mantras are in Sanskrit. We can't change those days. But I think all in all, we are ready to roll. If there's anything that we need during the course of the puja, please lift your hand up. There are volunteers that are seated there at the back. They will come and assist you. Should we have a medical emergency, please lift your hand. We've got Coke, sugar water, honey, ready and available for you. So please, again, up front, I'm going to apologize for the restroom and the toilet facilities. Unfortunately, we did not complete both the levels, so we only got one level of toilet facilities available only on this middle level here also. So try and possible. The puja will take approximately about an hour or so. We'll have a 10-15 minutes interval during which we can stretch our legs. If anybody wants to visit the restrooms, they can do that also. And then we will commence with the Katha also. And during the course of the Kathas also, we will have 1-2 bhajan kirtan after every chapter to ensure that we hope to finish around 12:30. After that, we've got Mahaprasad lunch that will be served also. So all in all, we're looking forward to a very enjoyable Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Thank you. Let's commence this morning's puja with the recitation of the Gayatri Mantra. Please join our hands in prayer. Thank you. Hari Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurabhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I will come around in true traditional manner. We will do chandlo for every yajman. Thank you. Jamu, can I borrow your tray there? Yeah, not the whole tray. Shayo aristanemim swasti no brihaspatir dadatum. Om swasti na indro riddhaswam swasti na pusha visvavedaham swasti nastakshayo aristanemim swasti no brihaspatir dadatum. Om swasti na indro riddhaswam swasti na pusha visvavedaham swasti nastakshayo aristanemim swasti no brihaspatir dadatum. Om swasti na indro riddhaswam swasti na pusha visvavedaham swasti nastakshayo aristanemim swasti no brihaspatiir dadatum. Om swasti na indro vriddhaswam स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्ददातु ॐ स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धस्वां स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः Now commence with the puja. May I request one yajman take 1 teaspoon of water and we are going to sprinkle it around the budget and on yourselves, please, 3 times. Purify and sanctify yourselves and also purify all the puja samagris also. Hari Om apavitro pavitro va sarva vastangato pivam yam smareta pundrikaksha sabhayabhyantara suchi. The yajman will take the teaspoon in the left hand, wood water, and we are going to drink water 3 times in the palm of our right hand, including yourself and including your partners. Hari Om Keshavaya Namo Namah. Om Madhavaya Namo Namah. Om Govindaya Namo Namah. Hari Om Rishikeshaya Namo Namah. One more time, rinse your hands. Hari Om Rishikeshaya Namo Namah. Hasta Prakshalanam Namo Namah. Light the diva, light the agarbati also. Hari Om. Dhupam Deepam Naivedyamam Vanaspati Rasodabhuttam Gandhaja Gandha Uttamam Agrayam Sarvadevanam Dhupodyam Pratigriyatam Dhupodyam Pratigriyatam Dhupodyam Pratigriyatam. The Mumbai got 2 divas there. Jamubai and Durgaben are our main yajmans for this morning's puja, and they are representing all of us also. Both yajmans will take water with the teaspoon in your right hand. With the teaspoon. Aarti, with the teaspoon. Hari Om Dhupam Deepam Naivedyamam Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Mama Ganapate Namo Namam Vinayakam Gurum Bhanu Brahma Vishnu Maheswaram Saraswati Pranamyado Sarva Karyatha Siddhe. Offer that water in your wash tray. Take water again in your hand. Sankalpa, undertaking that we are now going to do this puja and the Satya-Narayan Katha. Hari Om Vishnur Vishnu Vishnu Subhakari Mase Vaishaka Mase Krishna Pakshe Ravivara Vasare Trij Chautham Tithiyam Evam Gono Vishishteno Vishishtayo Subha Punya Titimam Atmanam Durita Saryata Shri Ganapati Pujanam Lakshmi-Narayan Pujanam Navagraha Devta Pujanam Kalash Pujanam Satya-Narayan Kathayam Aham Karisye Pani Tharima Mukidaye. Offer it into the tray there. Before we commence with the Ganapati Puja, may I request that every yajman take a few petals of flowers in the right hand. Today's Satya-Narayan Katha is going to be dedicated to South Africa. The South African Hindu Mahasabha has, together with the South African Council of Churches, together with the Religious Council of South Africa, has requested every place of worship, institution, to offer a prayer for the country to ensure that we have a smooth transition during these elections that's going to be happening on the 29th of May. The Purohit Council of South Africa has issued a peace prayer imploring all the Bhagwans to give direction to hold a free and fair election, a democratic election, free of any challenges, difficulties, and above all, violence. So we will offer these flowers at the feet of, on your budget, anyway, on your budget. We will recite the mantras, and at the end of the mantra, we will offer those flowers on the budget. Hari Om Sangachvam Swadhamvam Somanavsim Jantatamam Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve Sajjanana Upasate. May you move in harmony, speak in one voice, and let your minds agree, just as the ancient gods shared the portion of sacrifice. Samano mantra samani samanam manaha sahi chitta mesham samanam mantra abhitrante samanemam vo havisha juhomi. May our purpose be the same. May we all be of one mind. In order for such unity, I offer a common prayer. Samani va akruti samanam radayani vaha samanam astu vo mano yatha vaha suha sahasati. May our intentions and aspirations be alike, so that a common objective unifies us all. Hari Om Jo Shantir Antariksham Shanti Prithvim Shantir Apaha Shanti Roshadayam Shanti Vadaspatyam Shantir Vishvedeva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagvam Shantir Shantireva Shanti Samam Shantiredi. May that peace which pervades heaven and the sky, the earth, water, medicines, vanaspati, trees, plants, shrubs, all the devas, that peace which pervades peace be mine by your grace. Hari Om Asato Om Asatgamayam Tamaso Marjyotirgamayam Amruto Mamrutam Gamayam. Hari Om. Lead me from the untrue to the true. Lead me from the darkness of ignorance unto light awareness. Take me from mortality to immortality. Om Sarve Bhavantu Skinaha Sarve Santu Niramayam Sarve Badrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukma Bhavet. May every person on the planet be happy. May no one suffer from an illness. May people only see auspiciousness. May no one experience suffering. Hari Om Shanti 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 Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamale Samarpayami. Anyway, on the budget, you can offer it. Thank you. Hari Om Ganapati Pujanam. Yajmans on that side will do the Ganapati puja. So may we put the Ganapati Murti in your wash tray. Without the pan. Just the Murti. Both Yajmans will take water in their hands, meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Namaste Ganapate Tvameva Pratyaksham Tattvamasi Tvameva Kevalam Kartasi Tvameva Sarva Alvidam Brahmasi Tvam Sakshātati Nityam Rutam Vachami Satyam Vachami Avatam Vaktaram Shrotaram Dataram Avanumava Pavishishyam Prashvanatatam Puratatam Dakshina Tatam, Chodharva Tatam, Sarvato Mam Pahi Pahi Samam Tatam. Hari Om. Pani Ganapati upar chadavi daye. Offer it on Ganapati. Take water again in your hand. Meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Bhumi Rapo Naro Nilam Chatvari Vakapadani Gunatrayatitayam Vastatrayatitayam Dehatrayatitayam Kalatrayatitayam Muladharo Tito Asi Nityam Tam Shakti Tvam Yogino Jayantiyo Nityam Tvam Brahma Tvam Vishnu Tvam Rudras Tvam Indras Tvam Agnis Tvam Vayus Tvam Suryas Tvam Chandrama Om Purvam Ganadi Purvamurtaya Varnadi Tarantaram. Offer it on Ganapati. Both Yajman take few petals of flowers in the hand. Ganapati Jenu Dhyandari Hari Om Ekadantaya Vidmahe Vakrtundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat Ekadantam Chaturastam Pasumandakam Dharinim Rudam Cha Varde Hastam Vibranam Muchakadvajam Raktam Lambodaram Surpakannakam Raktam Vasasam Raktam Gandhanuliptam Pangagam Raktam Pushpeham Supujitam Bhaktanukam Pinam Devam Jagatkaranam Achyutam Avi Bhutam Cha Shrustayado Prakrutahe Purushatam Param Evam Dhyayantiyo Nityam Sa Yogi Yogi Namavaraham Namo Vratapataye Namo Ganapataye Namaha Pramatapataye Namaste Astulambodharaya Ekadantaya Vignanashine Shivasutaya Sivardamurtaye Dhupam Deepam Nevedyam. Offer that onto Ganapati. We are going to invoke the blessings of Surya Narayan Bhagwan and invite him to join us for this puja. All the Yajman seated on this side will do Chandlo for Surya Narayan Bhagwan on the 9 planets, the middle Sopari. On the 9 planets is Surya Narayan Bhagwan. Just the middle Sopari. Hari Om Surya Narayan Devta Pujanam. Om Swasti Na Indro Vriddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusham Vishwaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadato. Offer rice on that chandlo. Hari Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. Meditate on Surya Narayan Bhagwan, invoke his blessings. Hari Om Adi Deva Namastubhyam Prasiddha Mama Bhaskaram Divakara Namastubhyam Prabhakara Namastute Namasuryaya Shantaya Sarva Roga Vinashine Mama Visatta Phuladatva Prasiddham Parameswaram Udyanadya Mitramohu Arohananum Taram Devam Sarva Roga Mama Surya Harimanashchanashayam Om Bhaskaraya Vidmahe Prabhakaraya Dhimahi Tanno Bhanu Prachodayat Om Suryaya Sahastra Kiranaya Om Susuryanarayan Devtabhyo Namo Namam Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Offer it onto that Soparim. Hari Om Suryanarayan Devtabhyo Namo Namam. Same Yajman will take, both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. Pay our respects to the lamp at the end of the mantra. Offer the flowers in front of the diva, the lamp. Hari Om Sajyam Chavatisa Yuktam Vahinam Yojitam Vayam Deepam Grihanam Devesha Trailokya Timirapam Mantra Pushpanjali Deepam Darshayami. Offer it in front of the lamp on the pan. Thank you. Take flowers again in your hand. Both Yajman. Thank you. At the end of the mantra, offer those flowers onto the fruit on the bhajan there in front. Thank you. Hari Om Sajyam Chavatisa Yuktam Vahinam Yojitam Vayam Deepam Grihanam Devesha Trailokya Timirapam. Hari Om Trailokya Timirapam Nevedyam Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamalye Samarpayami. Yajman that's doing the Ganapati puja will now offer Panchamrit onto Ganapati. Hold that bowl in your hand. Going to offer 6 drops of Panchamrit. Offer, take again, whenever I say Samarpayami. Hari Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Mama Ganapate Namo Namam Paya Keta Dudom Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Paya Snanam Samarpayami. Take again. Dadi Keta Dayom Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Dadi Snanam Samarpayami. Take again. Drata Keta Giyom Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Drita Snanam Samarpayami. Take again. Madhu Keta Madhom Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Madhu Snanam Samarpayami. Again. Sakara Keta Sakarom Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Sakara Snanam Samarpayami. Again. Om Panchamrita Snanama Samarpayami. One person will take the murti in the hand. We are going to give the murti a nice bath in your wash tray. And the other person will pour water from the water bowl. And then we will wipe it with your towel and put it back on the pan. One person will pour water, one person will wash the murti. Hari Om Ganga Jamna Saraswati Chayamunam Godavari Narmadam Kaveri Sarayu Mahendra Tanayam Gunavanti Sevitam Shipra Vaitravati Masura Nadi Kyata Gaya Gandakim Purnam Purna Jale Samudra Sahitam Kurvanto No Mangalam. Make sure you hold a murti in your hand when you are washing it, not in the tray, please. Wipe it and put it back on the pan again. Hari Om Mahaganadipate Namo Namama Suddhadda Kusnanama Samarpayami. Yajman that's doing the Ganapati puja will do Chanlo for Ganapati Murti. Hari Om, the wet kanku. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvavedam Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatum. Rice Akshatamam Samarpayami. In your trays you got white threads there. The first thread is for clothing. After we finish bath, the first thing we put on is clothing. So the first thread represents clothing. Can drape that over Ganapati. Hari Om Vastradaranam Samarpayami. The second white thread is Janoi. All Bhagwans are Brahmins and all Brahmins wear the sacred thread, Janoi. So the second thread is Janoi. Hari Om Yagna Pavitam Samarpayami. Jambubai, you got the Pushpa Mala there for Ganapati. You can drape that over Ganapati. Hari Om Pushpa Malam Samarpayami. Both Yajman take flowers in their hand. Hari Om Somulyadini Sugandhini Malityadini Ve Prabhu Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigretama Pushpani Pratigretama. Offer it at the feet of Ganapati. Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamalye Samarpayami. In your green trays you got a bunch of daroi, grass. Take half of that and offer it to Ganapati. Take half. The other half we will do Kalash Puja. Hari Om Durva Ashtakam Samarpayami. In your trays you got colors there. White, purple and orange, and next to that you got a color clear teaspoon. We are going to offer each color onto Ganapati. White first, then purple, and then orange according to the mantra. Hari Om Sobhagye Abhile Mayusho Vruddhi, white onto Ganapati from the top. Yeah. Gulhale Pritivardhanam, purple. Sindurenam Samayuktam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram, orange. Hari Om Ganeshaya Sobhagya Padrani Samarpayami. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand and takes flowers in their hand. Meditate on Ganapati. Remove of all obstacles and also clears the pathway for the arrival of all deities in joining us in the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Any undertaking, in any puja, the first offering is always to Ganapati. He received a boon from Lord Shiva. So let us meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Vakratunda Makaya Surikoti Samaprabham Nirvignam Kurumedeva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvadam Tadeva Lagnam Sudinan Tadevam Tarabalam Chandrabalam Tadevam Vidyabalam Devabalam Tadevam Lakshmi Patedrigam Smarami Labastesham Jayastesham Kritastesham Parajayam Yesharmindi Varasyamo Radayasto Janardanam Om Sarva Vignam Haram Devam Sarva Vignam Vivarjitam Sarva Siddhi Pradataram Vandeham Siddhi Vinayakam Om Saraswati Pranamyado Sarva Karyata Siddhaye Om Gam Ganapate Namo Namam Gam Ganapate Namo Namam Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Offer it at the feet of Ganapati. The Yajman that is doing the Ganapati puja will hold the flower thari in the hand. The Yajman will offer few petals of flowers at the feet of Ganapati and keep on offering whenever I say Namaha. The second Yajman will hold a hand, right hand. Thank you. Ganapati ji nu dhyan dariye. Meditate on Ganapati when you're doing the offering. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat. Hari Om Ekadantaya Namaham. Keep on offering. Vignanashaya Namaham. Sumukhaya Namo Namaham. Kapilaya Namo Namaham. Ganadakshaya Namo Namaham. Balachandraya Namo Namaham. Vikataya Namo Namaham. Sachi Purandabhyaya Namo Namaham. Garjakarnakaya Namo Namaham. Dhumraketave Namo Namaham. Vishalaya Namo Namaham. Vinayakaya Namo Namaham. Lambodharaya Namo Namaham. Gramadivtabhyo Namo Namaham. Uma Maheshwaraya Namo Namaham. Gam Ganapate Namo Namaham. Gam Ganapate Namo Namaham. Gam Ganapate Namo Namaham. Gam Ganapate Namo Namaham. Om Gam Ganapate Namo Namaham. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. In your greens tray, this Tulsi Patra there. May I request that the Yajman will hold the Tulsi Patra in the left hand and put prasad on the Tulsi Patra and then offer that prasad with the Tulsi Patra to Ganapati. You got your sweet meat prasad there? Hari Om Sakradruta Sayuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Nevedyam Pratigretam. Offer it to Ganapati in front of Ganapati. Yajman that doing Ganapati puja will offer one drop of water onto Ganapati. Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Ganapati Pujanam Sampurnama Bolo Ganapati Gajanan ki jai. After we finish eat, what do? We also wash our hands and wash our mouths. Achmanyam jalam sam arpayami. We also pour water on the Ganapati murtis, all murtis. So they too can wash their hands and mouth. Thank you. We will do Navagraha puja. So the yajmans that are seated on the other side will do the Navagraha puja. There are 9 soparis. Surya-Narayan in the middle, and immediately in front of that is Chandra, and in a clockwise direction. We will do Chandlo for all 9 soparis. May I request that we dip our finger in the Chandlo bowl and offer the Chandlo on each sopari. 1, 2, 3, dip your finger, next 3. And then after that, we will put rice. Hari Om Navagraha Devta Pujanam. Hari Om Swasti Na Indro Vriddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusha Vishwaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatire Dadatu. Hari Om Swaste Swaste Namo Namah. Now you're going to put rice onto that sopari. Take few grains of rice in your hand and then sprinkle on all 9 soparis. Hari Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Hari Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Person that's doing the Navagraha puja will hold a flower thari in the hand. Starting off, put Surya-Narayan Bhagwan in the middle, and immediately in front is Chandra. And then when I go at the end of each mantra, we invoke the blessings of each planet. At the end of each mantra, you offer the flowers onto the sopari. Hari Om Grihanam Adiradityo Lokarakshana Kam Vishamstana Sambhutam Pidarham Tume Samaham. Hari Om Surya-Narayan Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Offer the flowers to Surya-Narayan Bhagwan. 1 sopari at a time. At the end of each mantra, you offer the flowers. Okay. Hari Om Rohini Saha Sudamurti Sudha Gatra Sudashana Vishamstana Sambhutam Tume Viduhu Chandra Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. In front of Surya-Narayan Bhagwan. In front. Thank you. Hari Om Bhumi Putro Mahatejo Jagatam Bayakrat Sada Vrashtika Drashti Harta Champidarham Tume Tamaham. Ngar Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Clockwise. Hari Om Otapato Rupo Jagatam Chandra Putro Mahadruti Surya Priyo Karo Vidwan Pidarham Tume Buddho Buddha Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Buddha Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Clockwise. Hari Om Deva Mantri Vishalaksha Sada Loka Hiterata Aneka Sisya Sanyuktam Pidarham Tume Guru Guru Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Daitya Mantri Guru Stesham Pranadaswa Mahamati Prabhustara Grihana Swam Pidarham Tume Murguhu Sukra Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Surya Putra Dirga Deho Vishalaksha Shiva Priya Mandachara Prasan Atma Pedarham Tume Sanihi Sani Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Aneka Rupo Vaneshva Sata Shota Sahasrasa Utapato Rupo Jagatam Pedarham Tume Sikihi Ketu Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Mahashira Mahavakra Dirgadrashto Mahabala Atunasva Ondarva Kesascha Pidarham Tumitamaham Rahu Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. You're going to take a few petals, flowers in your hand, extra, more, handful. Slowly going to offer it on all 9 planets to Surya Narayan Bhagavan also. Hari Om Brahma Murari Stipurantakari Banu Sashi Bumo Suto Buddhascha Guruscha Shukra Sani Rahu Keitava Sarve Graha Shanti Kara Bhavantu. We are going to offer prasad to the 9 planets. So again, take Tulsi Patra in your left hand and offer prasad just above the Surya Narayan Sopari in the middle of the 9 planets. Hari Om Skradrotasa Yuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Nevedyam Samarpayami. In front of the Sopari, you're going to hold that water bowl in your hand and you're going to offer one drop of water on all 9 Soparis. Hari Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Om 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 Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Navagraha Devta Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Navagraha Devta Bhagavan ki Jai. We are going to invoke the blessings of Varuna Devta, Lord of the Ocean. At the beginning of the puja, you would have noticed that we sprinkled water around the entire bedi, purifying, sanctifying all the prayer goods, and then also allowed you to drink water to purify yourselves in preparation for the Katha. God's greatest gift is provided by Varun Devta. So let us pay our respects to Varun Dev. May I request that the person that's doing on this side will be doing the Kalash puja. Please hold that lota in your hand without the pan. The other Yajman will take the pan in their hand. Not the tray, the pan only, please. The Yajman that's holding the pan will make a chandlo on that pan. Om Swaste Swaste Namo Namah. Rice on it. Then put few petals of flower on that pan. Make some place in front of your bhajan there. Move that water bowl. Move that water bowl sideways. Put that pan in front of you. Asha Ben, turn that pan around. Thank you. The tip of the pan must face you. Now place the lota on top of that pan. Tip must face you. Turn the pan around. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Put the lota on the pan there. Thank you. On that pan, yeah. That's it. Both Yajmans will offer 3 teaspoons of water into the lota. All prayers that we are going to do will be inside the lota. 3 teaspoons of water. Om Vam Varunaya Namo Namah. Again. Om Vam Varunaya Namo Namah. Again. Om Vam Varunaya Namo Namah. Yajman that is doing the Varun Devta puja will make chandlo for the lota. In the middle of the lota, 4 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. Om Swasti Na Indro Vriddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvavedaham Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatum. You're going to offer rice onto that chanlo. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Akshatamam Samarpayami. In front of you there's a coconut, and top of the coconut is a red string. You can tie that red string around the lota. One thing we forgot to do. Hari Om Raksha Sutra Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Tram Pratibhadanamim Raksha Machala Machala. Raksha Sutra. In your green tray, you got 2 red threads. Sorry, in your color tray, you got 2 red threads. Gloria Ben, you just need to help any other individuals. We are going to tie that red threads onto our hands for one another. Please note, all married women on the left hand. All married women on the left hand, the rest of on the right hand. Tie for one another. Hari Om. Hitesh, tie on Asha's left hand. Thank you. Hari Om. Swasti. Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Trapatibhadanamim Raksha Machala Machala. Raksha Machala Machala. Raksha Machala Machala. The rest of the individuals you can tie on your right hand. Hari Om Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Trapatibhadanamim Raksha Machala Machala. Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Trapatibhadanami Raksha Machala Machala. Om Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Trapatibhadanami Raksha Machala Machala. Done. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. At the end of the mantra, offer it inside the lota. Om Sumulyadini Sugandhini Malatyadini Ve Prabhu Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigretam Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamalye Samarpayami. You got balance of the turf in your tray, in your green tray. Take all the turf and offer it into the lota. Whole lot, Jama. Hari Om Durva Ashtakam Samarpayami. All. Jamubai, you got the garland for the lota. You can just tie that around the lota. Om, open garland, yeah. Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpanjali Medattam Gretamam Parmeshwaram Gretamam Parmeshwaram Om Gretamam Parmeshwaram Hari Om Pushpamalam Varun Devtabhyo Namo Namah. In your greens, in your color tray, you got your pan, sopari, and a coin. You can take that, you can fold it and offer that into the lota also. Hari Om Pan Sopari Dakshinamam Samarpayami. Pan, sopari, and a coin. In your green tray, you got 5 mango leaves. You can offer those 5 into the lota. The stem goes in first. Hari Om Amba Patra Punjanam. Can spread them out. End up looking like this. Hari Om Amba Patra Punjanam. Open it out. Yajman will hold that coconut in their hand. The other Yajman will put their right hand under the Yajman's hand, hold that coconut. Thank you. Meditate on Varun Devta, Lord of the ocean. Hari Om Sarva Samudra Sarita Stirtani Jaladanadam. Ayantu Samudra Sarita Stirtani Jaladanadam. Ayantu Deva Pujarya Duritakshaya Karakam. Kalasasya Mukhe Vishnu Kante Rudra Samasitam. Mule Tatrostito Brahma Madhye Matru Ganasprata Kokshatu Sagara Sarva Sapta Dipava Sundaram Riga Vedascha Yajur Vedascha Sama Vedascha Artha Vedascha Hathavarna Angeshwam Sahita Sarva Kalashanti Samasita Asmina Kalashe Varunam Sagam Saparivar Sayuddhe Sasakti Kamvayami Hari Om Shri Phalam Stapayami. Offer that coconut onto the lota. You can adjust your mango leaves. You can open them out. The Yajman will take the lota in the hand. Please make sure you put your thumb on the coconut. Without the pan. The other Yajman will put the pan back on the rice. All the burdens in the world, where do we carry? Today we are asking Bhagwan to take all our burdens away. So we are going to ask each Yajman to touch the right shoulder 3 times and then put the lota onto that pan on the bhajan. Okay. Om Vam Varunai Namo Namaham. Vam Varunai Namo Namaham. Vam Varunai Namo Namaham. Put it back on the pan there. Slowly. Just adjust your lota. Stabilize it. Onto the coconut on the mango leaves jamu, if you can. That's okay. The Yajman will do chandlo for the coconut. The Yajman, please hold their hands whenever your partners are doing puja. Thank you. Right hand. Hari Om Swasti Na Indro Vriddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusham Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspati Dadatu. Rice. Akshatamam Samarpayami. In your tray you got 2 threads there, white threads, one at a time again. Open it out, just drape that over the coconut. Hari Om Vastradaranam Samarpayami. The second thread, Janoi, again onto the coconut. Om Yagna Pavitam Samarpayami. Both Yajman take flowers in the hand. At the end of the mantra, offer it on top of the coconut. Om Sumulyadini Sugandhini Malatyadini Ve Prabhu Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigriyatama Pushpani Pratigriyata Pushpanjali Charna Kamale Samarpayami. The 3 colors, white, purple and orange on top of the coconut again. White. Om Sobhagye Abhile Mayusho Vriddhi Gulale Pritivardhanam. Purple. Sindurenam Samayuktam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Hari Om Vam Varunaya Sobhagya Badrani Samarpayami. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. We are going to invoke the blessings of all the sacred rivers of the world and invite them to join us in the puja. Okay. Hari Om Ganga Sindhu Saraswati Chayamunam Godavari Narmadam Kaveri Sarayu Mahendratanayam Gunavanti Sevitam Shipravetravati Mahasuranadi Kyata Gaya Gandakim Purnam Purna Jale Samudra Sahitam Kurvantu no Mangalam Kurvantu no Mangalam Kurvantu no Mangalam. Hari Om Vam Varunai Devtabhyo Namo Nama Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamale Samarpayami. We are going to offer Varun Devta Prasad. So again we are requested to take a Tulsi Patra and offer 1 piece of sweetmeat or Prasad in front of the lota. Hari Om Skradrotasa Yuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Nevedyam Pratigriyatama Nevedyam Pratigriyatama. Offer the Prasad. Then we are going to offer 1 drop of water onto the coconut. Hari Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. इति वरुण देवता पूजनम संपूर्णम। बोलो वरुण देवता भगवान की जय। हरि ओम लक्ष्मी नारायण पूजनम। Yajamans on this side will now do Narayan Pujam. Please take the Narayan Murti and put it into your wash tray. Your Narayan Murti in the wash tray. Put out the pan. Both Yajamans will take water in their hands with a teaspoon. Hari Om, meditate on Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Jamubai, both murtis in your tray. For both, Jamu. Hari Om Avahayeta Tam Garudo Parisitam Rumardadeham Sura Rajwadittam Kaunsatakam Chakragadabhya Hastam Bhajamideham Vasudevam Sunum Om Panchayat Devabhyo Namo Namama Avahanam Karisye. Offer it on Narayan Bhagwan. Take water again in your hand. Meditate on Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresam Viswadharam Gagana Sadrisam Megavaranam Subhangam Lakshmi Kantam Kamalanayanam Yogir Vidyanagamyam Vande Vishnu Bhaubhayaharam Sarvaloke Kanatam Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kansachanuram Ardanam Devaki Paramanandam Sri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. Offer that on Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Bhagwan. Both Yajman take flowers in their hand. Meditate on Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Mangalam Bhagwan Vishnu Mangalam Garudadvajam Mangalam Pundarirkaksha Mangalayartano Harim Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvata Sadhikem Sharanyai Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostute. Hari Om Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cham Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Shri Govindaya Namo Namam. Hari Om Govindaya Namo Namam. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. The Yajman that's doing the Narayan Puja would now offer Panchamrit to Narayan Bhagwan, and the other Yajmans will hold their hands. 6 drops, hold that water bowl, hold that Panchamrit in your hand, the bowl. Yeah. Hari Om Paya Keta Dudom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Take again. Dadi Keta Dayom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Again. Dhrita Keta Gi Om Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Again. Madhu Keta Mad Om Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Again. Sakara Keta Sakar Om Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Again. Om Panchamrita Snanam Samarpayami. We are now going to give the Murti a nice bath. So the Yajman that's doing the puja will hold the Murti in their hand, while the other Yajman will pour water, give it a nice bath, then wipe it and then put it back on the pan. Okay. Hari Om Ganga Jala Samam Sitam Naditita Samudram Bhavam Snanarte Chamaya Dattam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Hari Om Lakshmi Narayana Abhyo Namo Namah Suddhadako Snanam Samarpayami. Wipe the murti and put it back on the pan again. If any yajman is running short of any items in the puja, please just raise your hands. Yajman that's doing the Narayan puja will now do chandlo for the murti and then offer rice. Hari Om Swasti na Indro Rijaswam Swasti na Pusha Visvavedam Swasti nastakshayo arishtanemim Swasti no Brihaspatir Dadatu. Om rice Akshatamam Samarpayami. In your trays, you got 2 white threads. Drape that over, the one at a time, onto the Narayan Bhagavan Murti. Hari Om Vastradaranam Samarpayami. The second thread is Janoi onto Narayan Bhagavan. Om Yagna Pavitam Samarpayami. Jammubai, you got 2 red threads there. Drape that over Lakshmi ji. 2 small red threads. You all use the red threads for the hand. Just drape that over. Hari Om Vastradaranam Samarpayami. Second thread is for all the ornaments and the weapons that Lakshmi ji has in her hands. Hari Om Sangharanam Samarpayami. Both yajmans will take flowers in their hand. Meditate on Lakshmi ji and Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langaite Girim Yat Kripatam Aham Vande Paramanandam Madhavam Om Apadam Mahartaram Dataram Sarva Samapada Loka Biramam Shri Ramam Bhuyo Bhuyo Tanamamyam Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamale Samarpayami. Offer the colors to Narayan Bhagavan, white, purple and orange, Jammu for both murtis. Hari Om Sobhagye Abhile Mayusho Vruddhi, purple. Gulale Pritivardhanam, orange. Sindurenam Samayuktam Griyatamam Parmeswaram. Hari Om Lakshmi-Narayan Abhyo Namo Namam Sobhagya Bhadrani Samarpayami. We are going to offer flowers and Tulsi. So one yajman, Jammu, you got garlands there. You can offer that to Lakshmi ji and Narayan Bhagavan. One yajman will hold on my this side of the aisle, that Yajman will hold the flower thari in the hand. And on this side of the aisle, the Yajman will hold the Tulsi thari in the hand. Let's open the Tulsis out there. Simultaneously, we are going to offer flowers and Tulsi at the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. Whenever I keep saying Namaha, together we offer the Tulsi and flowers at the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Hari Om Vishnave Namo Namaham. Hari Om Vasudevaya Namo Namaham. Om Keshavaya Namo Namaham. Om Madhavaya Namo Namaham. Om Govindaya Namo Namaham. Om Achyutaya Namo Namaham. Om Anadaya Namo Namaham. Om Anantaya Namo Namaham. Om Janardanaya Namo Namaham. Om Madhusudanaya Namo Namaham. Om Rishikeshaya Namo Namaham. Om Krishnaya Namo Namaham. Om Narayanaya Bhyo Namo Namaham. Om Nandakine Namo Namaham. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya 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 Namo Namo Namaham. Iti mantra Pushpanjali Tulsi Dalam Samarpayami. Any Yajman hasn't got Tulsi, please raise your hands. You need more Tulsi there, Hitesh. Both Yajmans take flowers in their hand and meditate on Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnu Mangalam Garudadvajam Mangalam Pundarir Kaksha Mangalaya Tano Harim Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvat Sadikim Sharanyai Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostutem Om Anyata Sharanam Nasti Tvam Evam Sharanam Mama Tasmad Karuna Bhavinam Rakshamam Parmeswaram. Hari Om Namaste Garudarode Kaulasura Bhayankarim Sarva Papa Hare Devi Mahalakshmi Namostutem Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhakti Mukti Pradayani Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostutem. Hari Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kansa Chanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Shri Krishna Vande Jagadguru, Shri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru, Shri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru, Unti Lakshmi-Narayana Yabhyo Namo Mantra Pushpanjali Charna Kamalye Samarpayami. We are going to offer prasad to Lakshmi Ji and Narayan Bhagavan. In addition to your sweetmeat prasad, may I request that we also offer Soji Prasad to Narayan Bhagavan. You do have a teaspoon in your tray there. Offer both. Bhagavan बहुत खुश हो जाएगा. Hari Om Sakradrota Sayuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Naivedyam Pratigriyatama Naivedyam Pratigriyatama Naivedyam Pratigriyatama. Offer one drop of water onto the Murti. Hari Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Lakshmi-Narayana Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Sri Lakshmi-Narayana Bhagavan ki Jai. We are going to invoke the blessings of Lord Shiva. May I request all Yajmans to take flowers in their hand, and at the end of the mantra, offer it at the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Vande Deva Mam Putim Saraguru Vande Jagat Karanam Vande Panaga Bhrushanam Mrugadaram Vande Pashunam Patim Vande Surya Sausakavahana Nayanam Vande Mukundam Priyam Vande Bhakta Janashriyam Chavardam Vande Shivam Shankaram Vande Shivam Shankaram Vande Shivam Shankaram. Hari Om Namami Shankara Bhavani Shankara Hara Hara Shankara Tava Charanamiti Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. At the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. All Yajman take flowers again in your hand. We are going to invoke the blessings of Mahakali, Mahalakshmi and Mahasaraswati. Okay. Hari Om Durghe Smrita Harasi Miti Mitesha Janto Swaste Smita Mati Mati Vasubhama Dadasim Daridra Dukha Bayaharini Katvadanyam Sarvopakar Karuna Sada Drachittamam. Hari Om Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati Namo Namah. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. At the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. All Yajman take flowers again in the hand. Pay our respects to all our gurus, all our spiritual masters. Hari Om Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaram Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namah. Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namah. Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namah. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. At the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. Iti sarva devta pujanam sampurnam. That completes the invitation and invocation to all the presiding deities, where we have offered them a seat and asked them to join us in this puja first, and now to come and join us with their presence for the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. We will have a short interval of 10-15 minutes, and thereafter we will reconvene and start with the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Okay? 15 minutes. Please note again, my apology, we only got one set of restrooms that are available. So please have patience. Thank you. Volunteers can just check to see firstly.
भज मन नारायण जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। हरि ओम नमो नारायण। ओम नमो नारायण। हरि ओम नमो नारायण। हरि ओम नमो नारायण। हरि ओम नमो नारायण। ओम नमो नारायण। हरि ओम नमो नारायण। हरि ओम नमो नारायण।
लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
बोलो नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
बोलो नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
भजो नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। जय जय नारायण नारायण भज मन नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। नारायण नारायण जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
जय जय नारायण
तेरी लीला सबसे
श्रीमन्नारायण
नारायण हरे हरे। श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
बोलो नारायण 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 हरे हरे। भजो नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। जय जय नारायण भजो नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे। और तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी नारायण हरे हरे। श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे।
કલિયુગના સાચા દેવી છે અહીંયા. A small doll. I mean, yeah, no, yeah. This one is this one, yeah. Hey? Want to play? Only do. Only do. No, do that in the end. Kaliyuga Satya Devi in the end. The program finishes. The last verse and then. Yeah. Before that, it takes 2 minutes. Okay, I normally end it. Then you start, no problem. Yeah. No problem. You start it then. You start. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We have to, yeah. No problem. Yeah. I agree. Are you Aarti? Nice to see you. You well? And the rest will be all small zooms.
You got 3 minutes.
And he's in the back there. Thanks. Yeah, he's okay. What do you think? Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरे श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हाँ तेरी लीला सबसे
Hello, hello. May we request all Yajman to please take the seats. Thank you.
जय जय नारायण नारायण
Starting. Give me a shout. Put the interlude off. Give me a cue, then I'll start. Still waiting for more Yajmans to come through, please. Thank you.
लक्ष्मी-नारायण नारायण हरे हरे
Ready? Oh. I'm hoping that all Yajmans are here. Is anybody missing? Are you missing any of your partners? There is a lost and found department on top there. Thank you. We are going to do Tulsi puja. May I request both Yajmans to take Tulsi in their hand. Invoke the blessings of Tulsi Mata. Everybody got Tulsi? At the end of the mantra, we will offer the Tulsi into your prasad there. There's a soji prasad there and a sweetmeat prasad there. And offer those Tulsi onto those prasads there. Thank you. Hari Om Tulsi Hema Rupam Cha Ratna Rupam Cha Manjarim Bhava Moksha Prayatrubhyam Hari Om Paryami Hari Priyam Tulasi Sri Saki Sube Papaharinim Punyade Namaste Naradanute Narayana Manapriyam Hari Om Tulsi Dalam Samarpayami. Thank you. Jamubai will do the Satya-Narayan Pujan. Photo day, Jamubai, you're going to do Chandlo for that photo, then offer rice. Hari Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswaham Swasti Na Pusha Visvavedam Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspati Dadatu. Both take flowers in your hand, Jamubai and Durga Ben. At the end of the mantra, offer it in front of the photo. Hari Om Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpanjali Maya Dattam Gretamam Parmeshwaram Gretamam Parmeshwaram Hari Om Pustaka Punjanam. Chandlo for the Pustak Jamubai. Chandlo and flowers. Hari Om Pustaka Pujanam Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswaham Swasti Na Pusha Visvavedam Swasti Nastakshayo Aristanemim Swasti No Brihaspati Dadatu. Flowers. Hari Om Somulyadini Sugandhini Malatyadini Ve Prabho Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigritama Pushpani Pratigritama Pushpani Pratigritama Mantra Pushpanjali Pustaka Pujanama Sampurnama. Thank you. Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. In this age of Kali Yuga, Bhagwan Narayan has offered us a wonderful solution called the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. The various chapters will indicate the power and the energy of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. The Katha can be done in many, many different ways. The first is the entire Katha can be recited in Sanskrit. We've got a Hindi and a Gujarati language. And of course, for the benefit of the majority of the people, we do the entire Katha in English medium, which is more appropriate, especially in today's times where one is not familiar with some of the languages. We will endeavor to recite the Sanskrit mantra and then translate the Kathas, and then followed by some short stories from the Bhagavad Puran that emphasizes the power of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. We will ensure that at the beginning of each chapter, we will take flowers in our hand, and at the end of the chapter, we will offer the flowers at the feet of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. So it makes it much more easier to ensure that we all follow the same prescription. Before we start, we will start the Satya-Narayan Katha with a bhajan. And thereafter we will commence with the Katha also. Satya-Narayana Devam Narada-Kama Makshanam Lilya Vittatam Chainam Tasmai Shri Narayanaya Vyo Namo Namah. Bolo Shri Satya-Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Satya-Narayana Satya-Narayan Kari Yugana Satya Devari Tarat Jamukti Ape Bolo
Satya-Narayana Satya-Narayana Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
Bolo Satya-Narayana Satya-Narayan Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
Satya-Narayana Satya-Narayana Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
Kali-yuga Satya Deva Ape Mitra Meva
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 नर हरि मन कपट तजीने करो सत्यनी सेवा
नर हरि मन कपट तजीने करो सत्यनी सेवा
नर हरि मन कपट तजीने करो सत्यनी सेवा ओ वाला मारा करो सत्यनी सेवा ओ
Satya-Narayan Satya-Narayan Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
बोलो Satya-Narayan Satya-Narayan Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
Satya-Narayana Satya-Narayana Kali-yuga Satya Devare Tarat Jamukti Ape
Kali-yuga Satya Deva Ape Mitra Meva
Kali-yuga Satya Deva Ape Mitra Meva
नर हरि मन કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
હરી મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
નરહરી મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા ઓ વાલા મારા કરો સત્યની સેવા બોલો
સત્યનારાયણ કલિયુગના સાચા દેવ રે તરત જ મુક્તિ આપે છે
બોલો શ્રી સત્યનારાયણ ભગવાન કી જય. હરિ ઓમ. All Yajmans take flowers in their hand. हरि ओम सत्यनारायण कथायाम अध्याय प्रथमम व्यास मुनि उवाच हरि ओम एकदा नेमिषार्यण्य ऋषय शौनकादयं प्रयश्चु मनय सर्वे सूतं पुराणिं खलुं ऋषि उवाच व्रतेना तपसं हिं प्राप्तये वाञ्छितफलं तत्सर्वश्रोतिमिच्छामं कथयस्य महामुने सूत उवाच नारदनेव सन्तुष्टो भगवान् कमलापति सूर्यस्यीयतेवाह शृणुदं द्वं समाहिताम् एकदा नारदो योगी पुरानुग्रहं काङ्क्षयं पर्यटन् विविद्यान् लोकानां मृत्युलोकमुगात् ततो दृष्ट्वं जनानं सर्वा नानाकलेशमन्वितान् नानायोनिसमन्युत्पन्नं क्लेशमामं सर्वकर्मभिं केनोपायेन चेतसां दुःखनाशो भवेत् ध्रुवम् इति संचित्य मनसा विष्णुलोकं गतस्तदा तत्र नारायणं देवं शुक्लवर्ण चतुर्भुजं शंख चक्र गदा पद्म वनमाला विभूषितं दृष्ट्वां तं देवदेवेशं स्तोतु चमुपचक्रमे नमो वामनसातीत रूपयानंत शक्तये अनंत शक्ति रूप तम तरियोम आदि मध्याहीनायं निर्गुणाय गुणात्मने सर्वेषामादिभूताय भक्ता नाम अर्तिनाशिने श्रुत्वा स्तोत्रं ततो विष्णु नारदं प्रत्यभाषतं श्री भगवान् उवाच किमर्थ गतो अस्मि त्वं किं ते मनसि वर्तते कथयस्व महाभाग तत्सर्व कथयामि ते मृत्युलोके जना सर्वे नाना कलेश समन्वितं नाना योनि संपन्न पच्यन्ते पाप कर्मभिं तत्कथं शम्येनाथं लघुपायन तत्वद तत्सर्वश्रोतुमिच्छामि कृपास्ति यदि ते मयि श्री भगवान् उवाच साधु पुष्टं त्वया वत्स लोकानुग्रह कांक्षयां यत्कृत्वा मुच्यते मोहात् त्रशृणुष्व वदामि ते व्रतमस्मि मृत्युपुण्य स्वर्गे मृत्य च दुर्लभं Tvam snehabhya vatsa prakasham kriyate dunam. Satya Narayana Swayam Vrata Samya Guni Vidatata Kritva Sadyam Sukam Bhuktva Paratra Mokshamapnuyat Tatshutva Bragadvakyam Narodo Munir Bravit Kim Phalam Kim Vidyanam Cha Kritam Keneva Tadvratam Tat Sarva Vistarada Pruhikada Saryahi Tadvatram Sri Bhagavan Uvecha Dukha Shoka Dishamannam Danya Dana Pravardhanam Saubhagya Santati Karam Sarvat Twatratram Vijayam Pradam Yasmina Kismina Te Matyo Bhakti Shraddha Samanvita Satya Narayana Devam Yajeya Chacheva Nushamukem Brahmane Bandi Vishvevam Sahito Dharma Tatparam Naivedyam Bhakti Tato Dadyat Sampadam Bhakti Sanyutam Rambhafalam Ditam Shiram Godumasya Churnakam Abhave Shali Churnam Va Sharkaracha Gudam Tatam Sampadam Sarva Bhakshani Chaiki Kritya Nivedyate Vipraya Dakshinam Datkatam Shrutvam Janeyah Saham Tatashvam Bandhumi Sargam Virprasya Pratibhojayet Prasadam Bhakshayet Bhraktiyam Nritya Gitam Tarim Charet Tatascha Swagruha Gaccheta Satya Narayanam Smaran Evam Krute Manushyanam Vancha Siddhi Bhave Dhruvam Visheshat Kali Yuge Lagu Payeti Asmai Bhutale Hari Om Iti Skanda Purane Reva Kande Satya Narayana Vrat Kathayam Prathamo Adhyaya Sampurnama Bolo Sri Satya Narayan Bhagavan Ki Jai. Can offer the flowers at the feet of Bhagavan Sri Narayan. Hari Om. Thank you. In the first chapter of the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, thousands of rishis gathered at a place called Nemi Sharanya, where Sonak and other rishis established an ashram. And along comes one of the greatest exponents of the Vedas, Sutji. They offered him a seat, washed his feet, put a dot on him, and they gave him a seat higher than them, and they all sat in front of him. And they asked him this one question. What is it that one needs to do to overcome the challenges and the difficulties that they are facing in this age of Kali Yuga? Sutji was very impressed with this question. And he goes on to narrate a story and a dialogue that took place between Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Narad Muni. Now we all know Narad Muni. Narayan, 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 Narad Muni. Narad Muni is immortal. He is present here amongst us at this very moment. He came down to earth and he saw people suffering from various calamities, diseases, poverty, challenges, difficulties, natural disasters, crime, abuse. He was extremely disturbed. Now we've got additional challenges. Load shedding, water shortages, climate changes. All these will be happening in this age of Kali Yuga. He was extremely disturbed and he goes back to Vaikuntha Lok and he goes there and he sees Bhagavan Sri Narayan Chaturbuj, Shankha, Chakra, Gada, Padma. He bows down to Narayan. Narayan Bhagwan is extremely pleased to see him. He's Param Bhakta of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. What brings you here, Naradji? Naradji joined his hands and he says there that I just came from downstairs and I see people struggling to make ends meet, suffering from various challenges. Is there something that one needs to do that will allow them to overcome these fears, these challenges, these difficulties? Bhagwan Krishna himself was extremely pleased with this question. And then he goes on to narrate. He says there is a solution called the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Now we all know Naradji. In 10 seconds he can ask you 1,000 questions. What is this Katha? Who must do it? When it must be done? How must we do it? What must we offer? Who was the first person that did all this Katha? So Bhagwan goes on to explain the Vrat Vidhi of the Katha, similar to what we have done here. The Vrat Vidhi and the Puja. Bhagwan Narayan knows that man might experience some problem in obtaining some puja goods for the Katha also. And in the Katha it says that he gave substitutes. If you don't get flour, use rice flour. If you can't get sugar, use gur. Bhagwan knew that man might find difficulty in getting some of these items, so he offered a solution to overcome that also. Make your soji prasad. Ati Sundar. Bhagwan wants soji prasad. Shira Naivedyama. There is no prescription for the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. It can be done morning, afternoon, even at night. Anybody can sit for the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Contrary to many speculations out there and the social norms that we are challenged with at all times, please note, the South African Hindu Mahasabha and the Purohit Council has made it very, very clear to every individual that widows have a role to play in our life. Widows can take part in every aspect of every puja. It has been declared to every priest. There was a workshop conducted on more than 300 pieces where the role of the widows was clearly illustrated. So widows do have a role to play also. So in the Katha it says there that anybody can sit for the Katha. Naradji now wants to know, why must we do the Katha? What are the benefits of doing this Katha? What am I going to get out of it? And Bhagwan Krishna goes on to explain that those that live in fear will be protected at all times. Those that are poor will attain wealth in a short space of time. Man vanchit fal prapti artham. He will fulfill all your wishes and all your desires. That, in essence, is the Vrat Vidhi of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha in chapter 1. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. We'll have a short dune and then we commence with chapter 2 also.
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
स्वामी नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
स्वामी नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
तेरी लीला सबसे प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
ओ जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
ओम नमो नारायण ओम नमो સ્વામી નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
સ્વામી નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
અલખ નિરંજન ભવ ભય ભંજન જન્મ નિરંજન દાતા
જન્મ નિરંજન દાતા
અમે શરણ ને આપણી ચરણ ને કર નિર્ભય જગદાતા
કરો નિર્ભય જગદાતા
તારી તારી હરિ હરિ
જય જય
નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
જય જય નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
જય જય નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
જય જય નારાયણ
હરિ હરિ
સ્વામિનારાયણ
હરિ હરિ
સત્યનારાયણ
હરિ હરિ
નારાયણ
હરિ હરિ
જય જય નારાયણ
જય જય નારાયણ નારાયણ હરિ હરિ
બોલો સત્યનારાયણ ભગવાન
ભગવાન કી જય
All take flowers in the hand. हरि ओम अध्याय बीजम निर्धन ब्राह्मणीं कथायाम कथ्याराणि कथायाम सूत उवाच अथान्यत् संप्रवक्ष्यामि कृतं येन पुरा द्विजा कश्चित् काशीपुरे रम्ये हासित विप्रो निधनम श्रोतं व्याकुलो भूत्वा नित्यं बभ्राणं भूतलं दुःखितं ब्राह्मणं दृष्ट्वा भगवान् ब्राह्मण प्रिय वृद्ध ब्राह्मण रूपस्थं प्रयच्छ द्विजमादरात् किमर्थभंसे विप्र महि नित्यं सुदुःखित तत्सर्वश्रोतुमिच्छामि कथ्यां तं द्विजसत्तमम् ब्राह्मण उवाच ब्राह्मणो अति दरिद्रोऽहं भिक्षार्थवे भ्रमे महिम् उपायं यादि जानासि कृपया कथयं प्रभु वृद्ध ब्राह्मण उवाच सत्यनारायणो विष्णु वाञ्छितात् फलप्रदम् तस्यं त्वं पूजनं विप्र कुरुष्व व्रत उत्तमम् यत्कृत्वा सर्वदुःखेभ्यो मुक्तो भवति मानवः विद्यानं च व्रतस्यापि विप्राया भाष्य यत् सत्यनारायणो वृद्ध तत्रैवान्तर यत्ति यत् तदवृत्तं संकरिष्यामि यत्कथं ब्राह्मणे वेम् इति संचित्य विप्रोऽसौ रात्रो निन्द्रा न लब्धवान् ततः प्रातः समुत्थाय सत्यनारायण व्रतं करिष्यम् इति संकल्प्य भिक्षार्थमगमद्विजम् तस्मिन् देवदिने विप्र प्रचुरं द्रव्यमापवान् तेनैवं बद्धुमिसार्ग सत्यस्य व्रतमाचरत् सर्वदुःखविनिर्मुक्त सर्वसम्पत्समन्वित बभूव स द्विजश्रेष्ठो व्रतस्यास्य प्रभावत ततु प्रभूति काले च मासी मासी व्रतकृतम् एवं नारायणं येदं व्रतं कृत्वा द्विजोत्तमं सर्वपापविनिर्मुक्तो दुर्लभं मोक्षमाप्नुवान् व्रतमस्य यदा विप्रा पृथ्व्यां संचरिष्यति तदेवं सर्वदुःखं च मनुजस्य विनश्यति Evam Narayanam Noktam Naradaya Mahatmane Maya Tat Kitam Vipram Kimnyat Kathayami Vaham Tasmad Prachutam Kena Prithviyam Charitam Mune Tata Sarva Shrotumichama Shraddhasmakam Prajayate Suta Uvacha Shrunudvam Munayam Sarva Vrate Yena Krutam Bhuvi Ekada Siddhi Jeshtesto Yatha Vibhava Vistare Bandhumi Swajane Sarga Vratam Kartu Samudyata Etasmin Antare Kale Kapadekta Samagatam Bahi Kashtam Cha Samstapyam Viprasya Grihimaya Yom Trishnayam Piditatmakcha Drashtavam Viprakrit Vratam Pranitpatya Dujam Praha Kimidam Krivate Twayam Kritem Kim Phalamapnoti Vistaradvat Me Prabho Vipravacha Satya Narayanam Swayadam Vrata Sarve Satpradam Tasye Prasadan Me Sarva Dhanya Dhanya Adikam Mahat Tasmadem Tam Vratmam Jnatam Kastaketa Harshitam Papo Jalam Prasadam Cha Bhuktavasa Nagarayayo Satya Narayanam Devam Manasa Itya Chityata Kashta Vikrato Grame Prapyate Chadya Yadnamam Teneva Satya Devasya Karishye Vrata Uttamam Iti Sanchitya Manasa Kashtam Drutva Tu Mastake Jagam Nagare Ramye Dhaninam Yatra Sanstitim Tani Kashta Mulyam Cha Digunam Prapanavanaso Tata Prasannadayam Supakvam Kadali Phalam Sharkara Dhrutam Dugdam Cha Godumasya Cha Churnakam Kritketra Sampadyam Cha Gritva Swagruham Yayo Tato Bandunam Samahuya Chakaram Vidinam Vratam Tada Vratyasam Prabhavenam Dhanna Putrani Bhavodbhavat Iha Loke Sukam Bhuktva Chanta Satya Puram Yayo Hari Om Iti Skanda Purane Revakhande Satya Narayana Vrata Kathayama Dvitiyo Adhyaya Sampurnama Bolo Sri Satya Narayan Bhagavan Ki Jai. Some water in the middle. In chapter 2 of the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, Naradji asked this question, who was the first person that did the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha? And Bhagavan Krishna goes on to explain that the first person that did the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha was a very poor Brahman. Now in our hierarchy we all know that God sits in heaven and immediately the instruments of God, all the Brahmins, and thereafter the various classes of people. Brahmins are Ati Priya to Bhagavan. Ati Priya to all of us. We respect all Brahmins, all Rishis, all saints, all scholars. And we accord them the same respect that we accord to God also. So Bhagavan saw this poor Brahman and he goes down, approaches him, he says, why are you struggling in this manner? And the poor Brahman says, I go around begging house to house. And yet there are times when I can't even make enough to feed my family. Is there something that one needs to do that will allow me to overcome these challenges? And Bhagavan Sri Krishna was equally impressed and he goes on to explain the narrative of the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha. And the Brahman, like Narad Muni asked various questions. Bhagwan explains the puja vidhi, offerings of the prasad, time to do the kathas. And at that night that the Brahman couldn't sleep because all it takes was, when am I going to do tomorrow morning for the katha? And he makes an undertaking that whatever earnings I get from tomorrow, I will do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. But through the grace of God, the next day he goes around begging and he accumulates enough funds, gathers his family and does the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And it doesn't stop there. We also got this wonderful habits of asking Bhagwan for everything. And when we do acquire it, the first thing we forget is Bhagwan. Satya-Narayan Katha teaches us that without His grace, we cannot acquire anything. And whatever we do acquire, it is through His grace. So every opportunity we get, we bow our head down in prayer and say, Bhagwan, thank you very much, firstly, for giving us this Manushya Jivan, this human birth. After 8,400,000 species of life, we get a human birth. And according to our karmas, whatever charity, dan, bhajan, kirtan, satsang, we will come back in the cycle of life and death until we reach liberation. Kali Yuga is 432,000 years. We are at this very moment sitting in the Gujarati calendar at 2,500 years, in the Hindi and Tamil calendar at 5,000 years. So you and I will be meeting here for the next 400,000 years. Do we want to? You can defeat the cycle of life and death by continuous repetition of meditation, Mahamantra, Bhajan, Kirtan, Satsang, thereby attaining liberation. One day, while the Brahman was doing the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, there was a woodcutter who was passing by, and he saw this huge crowd of people seated at the house of the Brahman. So he offloads his wood and he sits there. And he approaches, at the end of the Katha, he approaches the Brahman and he says, "What have you done, sir?" And the Brahman replies, "I have just conducted the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, and because of that, I have attained wealth within a short space of time. And I continue to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha on every Purnima day." So the woodcutter was equally impressed. He said, "I go around selling wood, and like the poor Brahman, there are days that when he doesn't even accumulate enough funds to feed his family." So he makes an undertaking. And through the grace of God, the next day he goes around selling his wood in different villages. And on that day, he earns double the money. He comes back home, gathers his family, and does the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And like the Brahman, he also, on the first day of each month, continued to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha until he attains liberation. So that, in essence, is chapter 2 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. The part of bhakti is clearly illustrated in the Bhagavad Puran by the story of Dhruv. We all know that Dhruv and his mother stayed at the ashram of Narad Muni. And whilst he was in the womb of Suruchi, his mother, who is the wife of Hiranyaksha. We all know the stories of Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyaksha forbade Dhruv to even worship God Sri Narayan. Whilst in this womb of his mother, he used to listen to Narad Muni doing his puja vidhi. And he was very impressed. Even at that stage, during the cycle of birth, he knew that he was going to be a bhakta of Narayan and nothing else. And when he was born, he chose to seek Bhagwan Sri Narayan. He had a stepmother who also had a son. The king had two wives, Suruchi, Dhruv's mother, and the other stepmother. The stepmother wanted her son to assume control of the throne. So whenever Dhruv wanted to sit in his father's lap, the stepmother used to chase him away. So he goes to his mother and he cries. He says, "Why am I not being allowed to sit on my father's lap?" Unfortunately, the second wife, stepmother, was a glamorous woman, so the king was besotted with her. He paid less attention to Dhruv and his mother. The stepmother tells him that you need to take birth of my womb for you to sit on the king's lap. That stuck in Dhruv's mind. So he tells his mother, I need to seek Narayan, Bhagwan. Even at the age of 6, Dhruv goes away into the forest to do meditation. And whilst meditating, the gods got scared because his penance, his austerity was so severe that he stood there in one place, irrespective of what the weather conditions were. And Narad Muni gave him the Maha Mantra to recite if you are going to do meditation. And the Maha Mantra that he gave Dhruv was Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. With that, Dhruv stood there. And the Devtas, looking at this young lad, 6 years old, bearing the nature's calamities, they go to Vishnu Bhagwan and say, he is seeking you. Please go and bless him. Narayan Bhagwan, merciful, equally impressed with the bhakti and the devotion, steadfast devotion of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. And then he makes his appearance in front of Dhruv. And even at that point in time, Dhruv refused to open his eyes until such time Bhagwan Sri Narayan takes his conch and touches the right cheek of Dhruv. And then only Dhruv opens his eyes and he sees this wonderful Chaturbhuj form of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. And he gets blessed. Because he's done this penance, this austerity, Bhagwan offers him a boon. What does he ask for? He only asks for, give me the strength to continue to chant your name until liberation. The Sapta Rishis themselves were equally impressed with Dhruv, and they offered him a boon. And they said that the North Pole star will be called the star of Dhruv. The northern star. If any traveler at any destination is lost, and if he looks at the moon, and immediately above the moon is the star of Dhruv, you know straight away that is the north position. You will never ever get lost. Dhruv finally assumed the throne, and the step-brother of his, who became a lost delinquent, lost everything, went into various forms of vices, and he was killed. When he was killed also, there was nobody there to do his Shraddha Kriya. And even at that point in time, when Dhruv came back into the kingdom, his spirit was roaming. And the rishis said that for you to ensure that his spirit is liberated, you need to do Shraddha Kriya for him. Eventually, the stepbrother's spirit was then released with the Shraddha Kriya. But Dhruv became one of the best rulers in India, so much so that his progeny of families down the line ended up with Arjun. So you can imagine the lineage that Dhruv went through right till the end to Arjun. Great, great, great grandfather. So powerful. But again, like the Brahman, like the woodcutter, they were steadfast in the belief that Satya-Narayan Bhagavan will help us through the challenges and difficulties. That, in essence, is the power of devotion, power of Shraddha, power of faith, power of belief. Bolo Shri Satya-Narayan Bhagavan ki Jai.
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
जय जय गोविंद हरे 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 जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण 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 नारायण
नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण नारायण
गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे जय जय गोविंद
हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नंदन जय सिया राम हरे रघुनंदन जय
सिया राम हरे
सिया राम हरे सिया राम हरे
सिया राम हरे सिया राम हरे
यदुनंदन जय राधे श्याम हरे यदुनंदन जय राधे
राम हरे
राधे श्याम हरे राधे श्याम हरे
राधे श्याम हरे राधे श्याम हरे
सिया राम हरे सिया राम 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 हरे
राधे श्याम हरे राधे श्याम 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 हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
जय गोविंद हरे 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 जय गोपाल हरे
गोविंद हरे जय गोपाल हरे
जय गोविंद हरे जय
बोलो सत्यनारायण भगवान
की जय
आनंद भगवान की जय रामचंद्र भगवान की
जय
There you go. All take flowers in the hand. बोलो सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय અધ્યાય ત્રીજું સાધુ આન્યા કથાયામ સૂત ઉવાચ હરિ ઓમ પુનરગ્રે પ્રવક્ષ્યામિ શૃણુદ્વં મુનિ સત્તમામ પુરા ચોળકા મુખ નામ નૃપસ્વામીન મહીપતિ ચિતેન્દ્રિયમ સત્યવાદી યયો દેવાલયમ પ્રતિ દિને દિને ધનમ દત્વા દ્વિજાનમ સંતો યશુધી ભાર્યા તસ્ય પ્રમુગ્ધાચ સરોજવદના સતી ભદ્રશીલા નદી તીરે સત્યસ્ય વ્રતમાચરત એતસ્મિન અંતરે તત્ર સાધુરેક સમાગત વાણિજર્યાર્થ બધુનેરમ નૈકે પરિપૂરતી નાવ સંસ્થાપ્ય તત્તીરે જગામ નૃપતિમ પ્રતિ દ્રષ્ટ્વામ ચ વ્રતિનમ ભૂપમ પ્રપચ્ચ વિનયાન્વિતમ સાધુવાચ કિમિદમ કુરુષે રાજન ભક્તિયુક્તેન ચેતસામ પ્રકાશમ કુરુ તત્સર્વ શ્રોતુમિચ્છામિ સામ્રતમ રાજા ઉવાચ પૂજનમ ક્રિયતે સાધો વિષ્ણુરતુલ તેજસ વ્રતમ ચ સ્વજને સાર્ગ પુત્રાધાવિપ્ત કામ્યયામ ભૂપસ્ય વચનમ ચિત્વા સાધુ પ્રોવાચ સાદરમ સર્વકથયમ મે રાજન કરિષ્યેહમ તવોદિતમ હરિયો મમાપી સંતતિ નાસ્તિમ એતરમ સમજાયતે ધ્રુવમ તતો નિવૃત્ય વાણિજ્યાત સ આનંદો ગૃહમાગત ભાર્યાએ કથિતમ સર્વ વ્રત સંતતિદાયકમ તથા વ્રતમ કરિષ્યામિ યદા મે સંતતિર્ભવત ઇતિ લીલાવતી પ્રાહ પત્ની સાધુ સત્તમમ એકસ્મિન દિવસે તસ્ય ભાર્યા લીલાવતી સતી ભર્તુયુક્તા અનંચિત્તાદ ભવત ધર્મ પરાયણામ ગર્ભની સાત ભવત તસ્ય ભાર્યા સત્ય પ્રસાદત દસમે માસી વૈ તસ્યા કન્યા રત્નમજાયત દિને દિને સા વવૃદ્ધે શુક્લ પક્ષે યથા સંશી યમુના કલાવતી ચત્તી તન્માદરન કૃતમ તથા લીલાવતી પ્રાહ સ્વામિનમ મધુરમ વચમ ન કરોષિ કિમર્તવે પુરા સંકલ્પતિમ વ્રતમ સાધુવાચ વિવાહ સમયે ત્વસ્યા કરિષ્યામિ વ્રતમ પ્રિયે ઇતિ ભાર્યા સમાશ્વાસ્ય જગામ નગરમ પ્રતિ તત કલાવતી કન્યા વ્રવૃદ્ધે પિતૃવેશ્મની દષ્ટ્વામ કન્યાદતમ સાધુર નરગરે સખિભિ સહ મંત્રયિત્વા દૂતમ દૂતમ પ્રેષ્યમાસ ધર્મવિતમ વિવાહાર્થ ચ કન્યાયમ વરમ શ્રેષ્ઠ વિચારય તેના સપ્તશ્ચ દૂતોસ્વ કાંચનમ નગરમ યયો તસ્માદેકમ વણિકપુત્રમ સમાદાય ગતો હિસામ દ્રષ્ટ્વામ તું સુંદરમ બાલમ વણિકપુત્ર ગુણાન્વિતમ જ્ઞાતિભિ બંધુમિ સાર્ગ પરિતુષ્ટેન ચેતસા દત્તવાન સાધુરાહૂય કન્યા તસ્મે વિજાનત તતો ભાગ્ય વિષાતેનમ વિસ્મૃતમ વ્રત ઉત્તમમ વિવાહ સમયે તસ્યાત્તેન રુષ્ટો ભવત પ્રભુમ તત કાલેન નિયતો નિજ કર્મ વિશારદ વાણિજાર્યાત તત શીઘ્રમ જામાત્ર સવિતો વ્યોનિકમ રત્નાસારપુરે રમ્યે ગત્વા સિંધુ સમીપત વાણિજય મકરો સાધુર જાર્માત્રા શ્રીમતામ સહ તોમ ગત્વા નગરે રમ્ય ચંદ્રક્રેતોનુપ્રસ્ય ચ એતસ્મિન્નેવ કાલે તુ સત્યનારાયણ પ્રભુ ભષ્ટ પ્રતિજ્ઞામાલોકય શાપામ તસ્મ પ્રસત્તવાન દારુણમ કથિનમ ચાસ્ય મહદ દુઃખ ભવિષ્યતિ एकस्मिन् दिवसे राज्ञो धनमादाय तस्करः तत्रैव चागवत्स्रोव वणिजो यत्र संस्थितो तत्प्रसादं धावकानं दूतानां दृष्ट्वा वितनं चेतसां धनं संस्थाप्य तत्रैव स तु शीघ्रमलिक्षित ततो धूपसमायाता यत्रास्ते सजनो वणिक् दृष्ट्वानुपधनं तत्रं बद्ध्वानीतो वणिक्सुतो हर्षेणं दानवामाश्च ऊचनरूपं समीपत तस्करो द्वौ समानीतो विलोक्षायाय यों प्रभो राजानस्ततच्छीघ्रं द्रद्धं वृद्धमातु बाबुभो स्थापितं दो महादुर्गे काराग्राहे विचारत मायया सत्यदेवश्च न श्रुतं केष्टयोर्वच अन्तस्थयोर्धनं राज्ञा गृहीतं चन्द्रकेतूनां तच्चापस्यो तयो गृहे भार्या चेवाति दुःखितां चारिणं पह्यतं सर्वे गृह यच्च स्तत्यं धनम् आदिव्याधि समायुक्ता श्रुप्ति पासाति दुःखिताम् अन्न चिंतापुरा भूत्वा बभ्रामं च गृहे गृहे कलावती तु कन्यापि बभ्रामं प्रतिवासरम् एकस्मिन् दिवसे जाता श्रुद्धात् द्विजमन्दिरं गत्वा पश्यद्व्रतं तत्र सत्यनारायणस्य च उपविश्य कथा श्रुत्वा वरं पार्थितवत्यपि प्रसादं भक्षणं कृत्वा ययो रात्रिगृहं प्रति माता कलावती कन्या कथयामास प्रेमत पुत्री रात्रो स्थिता कुत्र किं ते मनसि वर्तते कन्या कलावती प्राहं मातरं प्रति स्तवरं द्विजालये व्रतं मातरं दृष्टं वाञ्छित सिद्धिदं तच् श्रुत्वा कन्या वाक्यं व्रतं कर्तु समुद्यता सा तदा तु वनिर्भार्या सत्यनारायणस्य च व्रतं चक्रे सेव साध्वी बन्धुभिः स्वजनें सह पर्तु जामानरो क्षिप्रं मा गच्छेत्तां स्वमाश्रमम् अपराधं च मे भर्तु जामातुं श्रुतमहसि व्रतेनानं तुष्टोऽसौ सत्यनारायण प्रभु दर्शयामास स्वप्नं हिं चन्द्रकेतु नृपोत्तमं बन्दिनो माक्षयं प्रातरं वणिजो नृपसत्तमं देयनं धनं च तत्सर्व गृहीतं यत्तवाजुनां नो चेत् त्वां नाशयिष्यामि सराजय धनपुत्रकम् एवं भ्राम्यां राजनं ध्यानगम्यो भवत्प्रभु ततः प्रभातसमये राजा च स्वजनें सह उपविश्य सभामध्ये प्राह स्वप्नं जनं प्रति बद्धो महाजनो शीघ्रं मोचयं दो वणिक्सुतो इति राज्ञो वचं श्रुत्वा मोचयित्वा महाजनो समानीय रूपसागरे प्राहुस्ते विनायन्विताम् अनित्वं दो वणिक्पुत्रो मुक्ते निगबन्धनात् ततो महाजनो नत्वा चन्द्रकेतुनो उत्तमं स्मरन्तो पूर्ववृत्तान्त नो चतुर्भय विहवलो राजा वणिक्सुतो वीक्ष्य वच प्रोवाच सादरं देवात् प्राप्तं महादुःख मिन्दानीं नास्ति मे भयं तदा निगसंस्थाज्ञं क्षोरकर्माद्यकार्यत् पुरुष्कृत्य वणिक्पुत्रो वच साष्टोश्च यद्भुषम् पुराणितं तवदं द्रव्यं द्विगुणं कृत्य दत्तवान् प्रोवाच तो ततो राजा गच्छ साधो निजालयं राजनं प्रणित्याहं गतव्यं तत् प्रसादत हरि ओम इति स्कंदपुराणे रेवाखंडे सत्यनारायण व्रत कथायाम तृतीयोऽध्याय संपूर्णम बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की Jai. In chapter 3 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, Sutji is narrating this story to thousands of rishis that gathered in Naimisharanyam. And at the same time, Bhagavan Krishna is narrating the story to Narada Muni. He goes on to say there was a king by the name of Cholkamukh Raja, extremely religious, very pious, together with his wife, used to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha at the banks of the seashore daily. And because of that, his entire kingdom was content, happy, rain, grains. People were happy. One day, whilst doing the Katha, along comes a sadhu Vanya, a businessman, who saw this crowd of people seated at the river bank, and he approaches the king and he asks him, Sire, what have you done? And the king replies that I have done the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, and because of that, he explains the benefit of my kingdom is content, we are happy, people are happy, my praja is happy. And the sadhu Vanya says that I also want to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha because I do not have any children. And the king explained the puja vidhi. So the sadhu Vanya comes home and he tells his wife Lilavati that we will do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And Lilavati herself was extremely religious and she undertook to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Bhagavan Sri Satya-Narayan was extremely pleased with that undertaking. And within a short space of time, Lilavati falls pregnant, gives birth to a young, beautiful girl. And at that point in time, Lilavati approaches the sadhu Vanya and says, we need to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And the sadhu Vanya replies that we will do the Katha when the daughter is of a marriageable age. And he goes away to conduct his business. Day by day, the daughter grows up into a beautiful young woman. The sadhu Vanya sees her, instantly gets hold of his messengers, and he tells them, go and find one suitable young Brahman boy. And the wedding takes place. And even at that point in time, through some karma or the other, the sadhu Vanya does not do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And he goes on to conduct his business. Bhagavan Narayan now realizes that he needs to teach the sadhu Vanya a lesson. Every opportunity keeps, what we say in our language, keeps moving the goalpost. Every time he wanted to do the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, he made some excuse or the other. One day, while the sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law were conducting the business, in the kingdom of Chandraketu Raja, there was a robbery that takes place. And the robbers take all the stolen goods and they run off. The soldiers are running after the robbers. And when the robbers see that, they see this sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law sleeping there. They offload the stolen goods and they run off. So when the soldiers come, they see the stolen goods and they assume that the sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law must have stolen all the goods, tie them up, bring them in front of the king. And the king, without asking any question, instructs them to be locked up immediately. And on the other side, the family now starts experiencing severe difficulties and challenges. They get robbed. They lose everything. Mother and daughter now goes around begging house to house. One day, daughter goes to this house where she saw a huge crowd of people. At the end of that, she approaches the Brahman and asks the Brahman, after having the prasad and water, she asks the Brahman, Sire, what have you done? And the Brahman replies that I have done the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, and explains the puja vidhi and the benefits of doing the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And she comes home quite late, and the mother asks her, why did you come home so late? And the daughter replies that I went to this place where the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha was taking place. And immediately Lilavati realized that because we have not completed the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, we are experiencing these challenges and these difficulties. Very next day, they go around begging, accumulates enough funds, does the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, bows down at the feet of Bhagwan Sri Narayan and begs for forgiveness and says that wherever my husband and son-in-law is, please release them and bring them back home. Bhagwan is merciful. Jo mangta hai, wohi deta hai. He fulfills her wishes. Bhagwan Narayan goes into the dream of Chandraketu Raja on the other side and instructs him to release both the Sadhuvanya and son-in-law. The very next day, they are brought into the assembly, cleaned up, clothed again. And Chandraketu Raja says to both of them, it is through some karma or the other that you got locked up unintentionally. You can now make your way home, gives them back their wealth, and also gives them some of his wealth, and tells them that just be cautious next time not to do anything wrong. So that in essence is chapter 3 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Which brings us to a wonderful story of another very ardent devotee of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. That was Bhakta Prahlad. He was born in the Rakshas family, and his father was a Rakshas, a demon by the name of Hiranyakashyapu. Hiranyaksha was destroyed by Narayan Bhagwan, the father of Dhruv. Hiranyakashyapu is the father of Prahlad. Prahlad was the ardent devotee of Narayan. Now in that kingdom, everybody must only pray to Hiranyakashyapu because he had a boon from Brahmaji. That he was invincible. He cannot be killed. Cannot be killed during the day, cannot be killed at night, he cannot be killed on top, he cannot be killed at the bottom. No astra, sastra, no weapon, no 5 elements, nothing can kill him. And because of that, he overtook Devlok, Swargalok, Patalok, and he ruled over all the lokas. And he made everybody subdued and pray only to him. Prahlad didn't accept that. He carried on praying to Bhagwan Sri Narayan. Hiranyakashyapu tried everything to change Prahlad's mind to the extent of poisoning him. That poison turned into Amrit. He went to the extent of telling his sister Holika to burn Prahlad in a pyre of fire. Holika also had a boon that she cannot be destroyed by fire. So Holika takes Prahlad and sits in a pyre of fire. Holika gets destroyed in the fire, but Prahlad emerges unscathed. And even at that point in time, Hiranyakashyapu could not believe the devotion of Prahlad. Narayan, Narayan, Narayan. Show me where's your God. Prahlad says God is omnipresent, omniscient. He is everywhere. So he looks at the pillar. And you say that God is here in this pillar. So he takes his and he knocks that pillar. Show me where God is. Suddenly, the entire pillar cracks open. And from that pillar emerges a half animal, half lion, half human. Narasi, Bhagwan, emerges from that pillar. Long nails. And he takes Hiranyakashyapu, takes him between the doorway and the entrance of his house, in the middle, puts him on his lap, and he takes his nails and he destroys Hiranyakashipu. Narsi Bhagwan was able to destroy Hiranyakashipu because when he had that Vardhan, he asked that nothing must kill him from the top, nothing must kill him at the bottom. No Ashta Sastra, no weapons can destroy him, no 5 elements can destroy him. He was killed by human element. Nails of Bhagwan Sri Narsi Bhagwan was able to destroy. And because he was not killed inside or outside, he was killed in the middle of his doorway. He was not killed on top, not at the bottom. He was killed in the middle of Bhagwan Sri Narsi's lap. That is the story of Prahlad, who also became a wonderful ruler in the dynasty of Hiranyakashipu. Again, like the Sadhu Vanya, who failed to realize the power and the glory of Satya-Narayan Bhagwan, Prahlad teaches us steadfast devotion, faith and belief, so much so that Bhagwan appeared before him. That is what we strive to do, to say, Kab aayenge hamare. That, in essence, is chapter 3 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo si Satya-Narayan Bhagwan ki jai. Incidentally, we just celebrated Narsim Jayanti last week, Wednesday also. So again, it just ties into one of the stories that we thought it would be appropriate to see some of the Bhagavad Puran stories that will take us through the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, and also the Leelas of Bhagwan Sri Narayan.
Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana Jai Jai Narayana Jai Jai Narayana Satya Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana Jai Jai Narayana Jai Jai Narayana Satya Narayana
O Swami Narayana 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 Surya Narayana Narayana Narayana
Swami Narayana 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 Surya Narayana Narayana Narayana
Badri Narayana Badri Narayana Badri Narayana Bajman Narayana
Badri Narayana Badri Narayana Badri Narayana Bajman Narayana
O Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana Narayana
O Swami Narayana Swami Narayana Surya Narayana Lakshmi-Narayana
Swami Narayana Swami Narayana Surya Narayana Lakshmi-Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana Narayana
Jai Jai Narayana 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 Jai Jai Narayana Narayana Narayana
Padman Narayana 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 Padman Narayana Narayana Narayana
Satya Narayana 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 Bhajman Narayana 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 ભગવાન કી જય.
Devo. Take flowers in the hand. हरिओम सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय. अध्याय चौथम साधु हान्या कथायाम सूतवाच यात्रां त्रुकृतुनां साधुमर्गं लाचार पूर्विकामहं ब्राह्मणेभ्यो धनं दत्त्वा तदातुं नगरं ययम् कियद्दूरे गते साध्यो सत्यनारायण प्रभु जिज्ञासां कृतवान् साध्यो किमस्ति तनोस्थितं ततो महाजनो मत्तो हेलया च प्रहस्यवे कथं पृच्छसि बोदन्दिन् मृद्दाने तु किमस्यसि लतापत्रादिकं चैव वर्तते तरणो मम निष्ठुरं च वचं श्रुत्वा सत्यं भवतु मे वच एवं मुक्त्वा गतं शीघ्रं दन्दितस्य समीपत कियद् दूरे ततो गत्वा स्थितं सिन्धु समीपत कते दन्दिनी साधुश्च कृत्य नित्यक्रियस्तदा उत्थितां तरणी दृष्ट्वा विसम्यं परमं ययो दृष्ट्वा मामलतादिकं चैव मूर्छितोऽन्यपतद्भुवि लब्ध संयो वनिक पुत्र स्तश्चिंता निवोद्भवत् तदा तु द्रुहितं कांतो वचनं चेदमुब्रवीत् किमर्थ क्रियते शोक शापो दस्तश्च दन्दिने शक्यते तेन सर्व हिं कर्तु चात्र न संशयम् अतश्च चरणं यामो वाञ्छितार्थो भविष्यति जामातु वर्चनं श्रुत्वा तत्कांशं गतस्तदा दृष्ट्वां चं दन्दिनं भक्त्या नत्वा प्रोवाच सादरम् क्षमस्व चापराध्यं मे यत्कृतं तव सन्निधौ एवं पुनः पुनर्नत्वा महाशोककुलोद्भवत् प्रोवाच वचनं दन्दी विलम्पतं विलोक्य च मा रोदि शृणु मध्याख्यं मम पूजा बहिमूर्ख मामवज्ञायं दुर्बुद्धे लब्धं दुःखमुहुर्मुहुः तत्श्रुत्वा भगवद्वाक्यं स्तुतिं कर्तुं समुद्यते साधुवाच त्वं माया मोहिता सर्वे ब्रह्मादास्त्रित दिवोकस न जानन्ति गुणान् रूपं त्वास्यम् इदं प्रभो मुदोदहं त्वहं कर्थं जाने मोहितस्तव मायं प्रसिद्ध पूजयिष्यामि यथा विभव विस्तरे पुरावित्तं च तत्सर्व देहि मां शरणं गतं श्रुत्वा भक्तियुतं वाक्यं परितुष्टो जनार्दन वरं च वाञ्छितं दत्त्वा तत्रैवान्तं दर्गिने हरिं ततो नावहं समारुध्यं दृष्ट्वा व्रतपूरितां कृपया सत्यदेवस्य सफलं वाञ्छितं मम इत्यकृत्वा स्वजनें सार्ग पूजा कृत्वा यथाविधि हर्षेण चाभवत्पूर्ण सत्यदेव प्रसादत नावहं संयोज्य पत्नेनं स्वदेशगमनं कृतं साधु जार्मातरं प्राह पश्य रत्नपुरीयमं दूतं च प्रेययामास निजवित्तस्य रक्षकं दूतोऽस्यं नगरं गत्वा साधु भार्या विलोक्य च प्रोवाच वाञ्छितं वाक्य नत्वा बन्दाजलिस्तदा निकटे नगरस्वेयं जामात्रं सहितो वनिक् आगतो बन्धुवर्गश्च वित्वेश्च बहुभुर्युक्तः Shrutva Dut Mukam Vakya Mahaharshativati Sati Satya Pujam Tatam Kritva Povacham Tanujam Prati Vrajami Sigramichami Sadhu Saundarshanaya Cha Iti Matruvacham Shrutva Vratam Krutva Samapya Cha Prasadam Paritajya Gatam Sapi Patim Prati Tenam Rushta Satya Devo Bhartaram Tarani Tata Saunhatam Cha Danek Sarga Jale Tasmina Natmajat Tata Kalavati Kanya Na Viloka Nijapatim Shokena Mahata Tatra Rudrati Chatpada Bhuvim Drashtvam Tata Vidyanokam Kanchayacha Bahu Dukitam Bhitena Manasa Praha Kimaschaya Midam Bhavet Chittanya Kulita Sarve Babuva Vistaravahakam Tato Lilavati Kanyam Drashtvam Sa Vihvala Bhavat Vila Lapati Dukena Bhartaram Chedmabam Bravid Indani Nokya Sarga Katham Soha Bhut Lakshita Najane Kasya Devasya Helaya Cheva Sahatam Satya Devasya Mahatmayam Jnatu Vakena Shakyate Itya Krutva Vilalapatha Tatascha Swajanem Saham Tato Lilavati Kanya Kode Krutva Surodah Tata Kalavati Kanya Naste Swamini Dukitam Grihitvam Paduka Tasyan Gattu Cha Manodade Kanya Yashwavritam Drashtva Sabharya Sajjanovanik Ati Shokena Sadpraschit Amasa Dharmavatvitam Krutam Va Satya Devena Bharta Kaham Satya Mayayam Satya Pujam Karishyami Yata Vibhava Vistare Iti Sarvana Samahuya Katha Yitva Manurthana Natvam Cha Dandavat Bhumo Satya Vevam Punah Punah Tatarushta Satya Devo Dinanam Paripalaka Jagadvachanam Cheva Kripaya Bhakta Vatsala Chaktva Prasadam Te Kanya Patim Drashtu Samagatam Ato Drashyo Bhavattasyam Kanya Kaya Prati Dhruvam Griham Gritva Prasadam Cha Bhuktva Sayati Chet Punaham Labda Patri Suta Sadhyo Bhavishyati Na Samshaya Kanya Katadasham Vakya Shrutva Gagana Mandalat Shiprameva Griham Gatva Prasadam Babuje Chasam Tata Pashwata Punaragat Dadarsha Nijam Pratim Tata Kalavati Trushta Jagat Pitaram Prati Idanam Tu Gruhe Yahi Vilambam Kurushame Katham Tat Shutva Kanya Vakyam Santushto Bruda Vaniksuta Pujanam Satya Devasya Krita Vidi Vidyanata Daler Bandhu Ganer Sarga Jagamam Nijamandiram Purnamasyam Cha Shankrato Puja Kritva Yatha Vidhim Iha Loke Sukham Bhuktva Chante Satya Puram Yayo. It is Skanda Purane Reva Kande Satyanarayan Vrat Kathayam Chaturto Adhyaya Sampurnama. Bolo Sri Satyanarayan Bhagwan Ki Jai. In chapter 4 of the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, even though he was released by Chandraketu Raja and told to go back home, Satyanarayan Bhagwan was not satisfied. He said, I still need to test him. So the Sadhu Anya and the ship was anchored in the bay. And Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumes the form of an elder Brahman. And he approaches them and he asks them, what have you got in your boat? And the Sadhu Anya and the son-in-law replies that, why are you asking us this question? Do you want to steal everything we have? And they say we've got nothing except leaves and twigs in our boat. So Satyanarayan Bhagwan says, whatever you say is true, and he goes away. Stands on top of the mountain, hilltop. When they finish the puja vidhi, suddenly they see the boat starting to sink. And all they can see was twigs and leaves. They realize that they spoke a lie. And the Sadhu Vanya says, why are you crying to the son-in-law? Because we have spoken a lie to the elder Brahman, we are now facing the consequences of that. Let us approach him. They go to the elder Brahman, falls down at his feet, is none other than Bhagwan Sri Satyanarayan. Begs for forgiveness and says that man in this human birth in Kali Yuga is bound to make many, many mistakes. If the Devtas can make so many mistakes, we in our human birth can make so many mistakes also. Please forgive us. Again, Bhagwan Narayan is merciful. Forgives both of them. They, at the bank, does the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, and they make their way home. The ship is anchored in the bay, sends his messengers to home to tell them that they have arrived. Messengers arrived at home. Both Lilavati and Kalavati are doing the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha. Messengers arrived there, tell them that both husband and son-in-law has arrived home safely with a lot of wealth, obviously. And Lilavati does the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, has the prasad and goes to the shore, but tells Kalavati, the daughter, please make sure that you complete the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, then come to the seashore to see your husband. But Kalavati, in a haste, does the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha, but does not eat the prasadam. The importance of prasad can never be underestimated. As she goes to the seashore, Bhagwan Narayan gets extremely angry and he sinks the boat with the son-in-law. So when Kalavati gets there, no husband, no boat. She falls down onto the ground. Both Sadhu Vanya and Lilavati are thinking that what have we done to deserve this? No boat, no son-in-law. We must have upset some god or the other, or must have done something wrong for this to take place. Kalavati now wants to commit herself as a sati into the fire, and Akashvani, the voice of the sky, stops her and instructs the Sadhu Vanya and says that your daughter has done the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha but did not complete it. Go back home, complete the Katha, have the prasad. So Kalavati goes back home, completes the Katha, has the prasad, drinks the water, and comes back home. And when she comes back to the shore, when she comes there, she sees the boat is reinstated together with the son-in-law. And even at that point in time, Kalavati then joins the two hands and implores her family that because of what we have done, let us do the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha. Everybody was present and the Katha was done. Sadhu Vanya continues to do the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha on every Sankranti day, the 14th day of each month in our calendar is Sankranti. And there too, he attains liberation at the end of his lifespan. That, in essence, is chapter 4 of the Satyanarayan Vrat Katha. We also celebrated Guru Purnima, Buddha Jayanti, Narsimha Jayanti, and there were many aspects of the Vishnu Puran that we touched on, but none was more that gives us the knowledge that we needed to pay respects to nature. And we had enlightened soul, Buddha. Gaccham prayasthami, sharanam gacchami. Atri Rishi and Ansuya. Atri Rishi was very old. Ansuya was young, didn't have any children. Tapasya they did. And all Ansuya wanted was Bhagwan Sri-Narayan to take birth of a womb. But the three Dev, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, were equally impressed with her devotion and tapasya. So the three Dev gave Ansuya a boon and Atri Rishi a boon. And born was Dattatreya. Dattatreya was a deity that had three heads resembling all three deities. Even at that very early age also Dattatreya left home to seek salvation, to seek liberation, to seek the glories of the divine. And he goes into the forest to do his meditation. And he was an enlightened soul, already blessed with the devotion, blessings of three Devs. And Dattatreya came of an age where he went around the entire universe to preach the philosophy and the power of nature. Dattatreya had 24 gurus, and each guru played an important role in his life. And Dattatreya now gives us who those gurus were and the message of each of those gurus. His guru was Earth. He taught him how to be supremely patient and forgiving, while its trees and mountains told him how to be useful to others, like giving shadow and protection, fruit and fresh air, and not demanding anything in return. Second guru was A in the form of vital breath that taught him that one should partake of it at the bare optimum level, not a draught more or less. That is, one should bite only as much as one could easily chew. And he learned how to touch every nook and corner of the world without showing any partiality to anyone. That he learned from the wind. And also staying totally uninfatuated by anyone and kept constantly moving. The third and fourth guru was water. Water has no prejudice and takes the shape of the vessel it is poured in. Moreover, it teaches us that water in the pitcher or in a cup or in a jug is not different from the water in a huge pond of the ocean. Similarly, soul in any individual is not different from the Supreme Spirit that pervades the entire universe. He further claims that an aspirant should be like clear sky. No matter there be a storm, sunshine, clouds, moonshine, it remains untouched by all. Agni. An aspirant should be as bright as fire and nourishing or helping to others in moderate quality but devastating in large quantity. Meaning, thereby, that an aspirant should be as much attached to the world as help its growth, since fire clandestinely remains in wood the same way An aspirant should keep on doing good to others. Moon gives the lesson that though outwardly wanes and waxes, yet inwardly remains the same. So should the spirit of an able aspirant, unchanged by the external changes occurring in his life. Sun. It draws all superfluous moisture and excessive water from the earth's surface and returns it in the form of rain when it needs them most. This way, it gives the lesson to the aesthetics that they should indulge in the delights so as to be a part of the world, but should leave them. Also, since it is one, but is reflected in every water surface it touches upon, the same way God exists everywhere, though apparently in various entities, yet it is one and the same. The pigeon. Seeing the pigeon, we must learn that one should never be bound by familial infatuations. Dattatreya says, once I spotted a pigeon couple which also had tiny lings. One day, a hunter spread his net so far and wide that the pigeonlings happened to be trapped into it. Seeing that her children trapped, the she pigeon felt so frustrated that she resignedly fell into that net. When the pigeon saw it, he felt so disappointed and forlorn that he also cried, "What is the purpose of staying in this world when my dear wife is gone? So it is better that I also go her way and end my life." With the result, the entire pigeon family perished. So the pigeon teaches us what we should never do. We should never be so frustrated to world bonds that we may lose our senses. The python. This reptile teaches us that one should be content with whatever luck one is born with, but still never be weak and feel emaciated in whatever condition one has to live in. The sea. The sea teaches us, as said by Dattatreya, how to be profound and unperturbed no matter what be the external inputs. The sea never crosses its limits, no matter how much of water is poured in it by the rivers or whatever moisture the sun takes away from it. The fireflies, they teach us in a negative way. Yes, what should not be done by observing their efforts and its consequences. One should never be so infatuated by anything so as to risk or even consume one's life, like what the fireflies do. The bees or the bumblebee or the honeybee, they show us the ideal way to be aesthetics. Collect a bit of food from a variety of sources, so that you may have your need fulfilled without causing any burden upon anybody. Hence, the recluse or the aesthetics should not be dependent on one exclusive source to meet his requirements. This way, they can maintain the disaffection to anyone in particular, but at the same time fulfill their needs as well. In this respect, the bumblebee teaches us a great lesson. When repeatedly sitting on a lotus flower, it tries to stay there for a longer period. It gets imprisoned in it, and at nightfall, like a bee, one should keep on getting the essential virtues from various sources to develop them into an alternate source for oneself as well. The honeybee also teaches us how the elixir, like honey, created by itself, is never consumed by itself. It is only meant for others' welfare. The elephant. By observing a Pachyadham's behavior, elephants are normally clumsy, lazy, and stand still. We should learn that we shouldn't do. Driven by the sexual urge, it keeps on concentrating on the she-elephant to earn the wrath of its other fellow beings. One should never get drawn by one's sensual urges, or otherwise one lands himself into trouble. In fact, this lesson is for those who have their vows disturbed by weaknesses. The primitive originals, the Beel tribe. We all must have seen the Beels surviving on the trade of honey which they steal from the honey beehive. That is, one should never keep one's treasure for a long spell so open, otherwise it is likely to be stolen. The deer. The deer's infatuation for sweet music teaches the aesthetics that they should fight out the sensual weaknesses. The deer's weakness for melodious music is repeatedly exploited to trap it into captivity. The hunter employs this trick to chase or even kill the deer. In this regard, the Shringi sage's example comes handy, who, in his infatuation to sweet music, lost all his merit acquired to him out of decades of penance in listening to the music played by the woman of easy virtues. The fish. It gets enticed in the habit, in the greed of getting the piece of meat and loses its life eventually. So he teaches us to stay clear from greed and infatuation, which frequently becomes a cause of our doom. The prostitute. There was a beautiful lady, Pingala, in Mithila Nagari. Every day in the evening, having adorned herself well, she used to wait for wealthy customers. Dattatreya says, every potential customer appeared to her rich, but as she came close, she would find him not as rich as she would have liked. So she would reject him and wait for the other customer. In this way, she passed many days in vain. At last, she developed an aversion to life. How mean am I to keep myself immersed in this lowly trade? As she decided to get rid of her profession and live without any expectation, she felt relieved. So her life taught Dattatreya how to live in self-contentment. The Kurad bird, this bird is extensively wise. When it finds other powerful birds assaulting it for the piece of meat held by him, it quickly throws it off to get relief from the assaulters. For Dattatreya, the lesson was never to be greedy for something which might endanger your life. Children. Dattatreya says, children teach us the best lesson, to derive self-contained happiness with the help of tiny playthings. A child is complete from within, hence it enjoys bliss and sleeps for most of the time, as all its pleasures sources lie within. The maiden, Dattatreya says, the one he learnt about the maiden's supreme wise. One day she received some guests, for all other relations were absent from the house. Those guests had come to choose the girl for one of their sons. But without getting nervous, she lovingly welcomed them. Then she asked them to wait, and in the meantime she began to prepare some dishes for them. She never wanted to make any fuss about it. She had not much material also to make any, started grinding the corn or preparing some dish. But while she did so, the bangles in the hand rattled a lot, giving the impression of the house's penury. which had nothing in store to offer to the guest. So she put off her bangles, all but one, and quietly ground the corn, without letting her guest know anything about the destitute household. Dattatreya says that the maiden's wiseness to put off all her bangles teaches us that the real knowledge is acquired in loneliness. That's when we do our meditation. The one who molds the arrow blades, says Dattatreya, that this person taught him how to concentrate on the job at hand. A little carelessness on his part might ruin all the arrows. Giving one example, that once an arrow blade maker was so busy in his job, and his king with his entire retinue passed by on that road, but unaware of that romp and pomp and show, he kept on making the arrow blades. The king also praised him for his deep concentration. The snake. It teaches us to work quietly and clandestinely to achieve its aim. Snakes never move in herd. When taking revenge from the assailant, the same way, a yogi must move alone without any procession or followers behind him. Lastly, the spider. Dattatreya says that a spider acts like God. It issues saliva from its mouth, creates its web out of it, then eats it back. The same way, God creates the world and destroys it, so sends it back into himself. The bumblebee, further says, makes the insect acquire its own form once it is trapped by it. The same way, he who goes to God becomes a part of God himself. Concluding these 24 gurus of Dattatreya, as Dattatreya told Raja Yadu that this way he had drawn lessons from various entities. The idea is that nothing is worthless in the world only if one has an idea to make the best use of them. Referring to this, in the Avdut Pakyan, Lord Krishna advised Uddhav that he should also follow the superior knowledge to get over his worldly infatuation and temptation. That, in essence, is the 24 gurus of Dattatreya. And it is so profound that how often we ignore nature. Today, nature is being destroyed by bad practices, vices, greed. We paying the price for climate change. We paying the price for excessive heat waves, never experienced in our lives. Never heard of us typhoons, tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, natural disasters. All because man did not have respect for nature. Destruction of forests to build hotels, hill stations. Eventually, the sea will claim its land back. And it was so evident in the tsunamis that we faced, where entire coastlines were destroyed by tsunami floods that claimed back all the land that was taken away from them. So again, in every scripture, Vedas teach us to respect nature. That, in essence, is chapter 4 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Thank you.
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए हैं।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सत्यनारायण आए हैं।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए। मेरे घर राम आए हैं, मेरे घर श्याम आए हैं, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
लगे
घर राम आए, मेरे घर श्याम आए, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए हैं।
लगी कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, लगी कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए हैं।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे घर नारायण आए। मेरे घर राम आए, मेरे घर श्याम आए, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
मेरे घर राम आए,
मेरे घर श्याम आए, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे सत्यनारायण आए हैं।
लगी कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, लगी कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे नारायण आए हैं।
सजा दो
घर को गुलशन सा, सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, मेरे घर नारायण आए।
सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय।
Take flowers in your hand. हरि ओम सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय। अध्याय पंचमम, लास्ट चैप्टर ऑफ दी सत्यनारायण व्रत कथा। तुंगवड राजा कथायाम सूत उवाच अथानस्य प्रवस्यामि शृणुध्वं मुनिसत्तमा आसित तुंगवध्वजो राजा प्रजापालन तत्परः प्रसादं सत्यदेवस्य यत्कृत्वा दुःखमवापस एकदा सवनं गत्वा हत्वा बहुविद्यानं पशुम् आगत्य वत्मूलस्याप पश्यत् सत्यस्य पूजनं गोपा कुर्वन्ति सन्तुष्टा भक्ति युक्ता स बान्धवाम् राजा दष्ट्वा तु दर्पेण न गतो न नामस ततो गोपगणा सर्वे प्रसाद नृप सन्निधो संस्थाप्य पुनरागत्य bhuktva sarva yateshnatim tata prasadam satyajya raja dukam vapasa tasya putra shatam nashta danya dadikam chayat satyadena tatsarva nashitam mama nishchitam atastatreva gacchami yatra devasya pujanam manasatu vinishitya yayo gopala sannido tatosvo satyadevasya pujam gopaganosah bhakti shraddha vinto bhutva chakara vidina nrupa satyadeva prasadena dana putrana rubhavat iha loke sukam bhuktva chante satya puram yayo yaha idam kurute satya vratam parama durlabham shunoti cha katham punyar bhakti yukta falapradayam धन्यदानिकम तस्य भवेत सत्य प्रसादत दरिद्रो लभते वित्तम बद्धो मुच्येत बंधनात् पीतो भयात् प्रमुच्येत सत्यमेतन्न संशयम् इप्सितं च फलं भुक्त्वा चान्ते सत्यपुरं ध्वजेत् इतीव कथितं विप्रा सत्यनारायण व्रतं यत्कृत्वा सर्वदुःखेभ्यो मुक्तो भवति मानवः विशेषत कलियुगे सत्य पूजा फल प्रदाम केचित् काल वदस्यन्ति सत्यमि असीम तमेव हि सत्य नारायण केचित् सत्य देवं तथा परे नाना रूपोधरो भूत्वा सर्वशामित्त इत्प्रदं भविष्यति कलौ सत्य व्रत रूपी सनातनं यह इदं पतते नित्यं शृणोति मुनि सत्तमाम सत्य नश्यन्ति पापानि सत्य देव प्रसादत व्रतं येष्टु कृतं पूर्व सत्य नारायणस्य च तेषां त्वर रजमानि कथयामि मुनीश्वरां शतानन्दो महाप्राज्ञं सुदामा ब्राह्मणो यभूत तस्मै गजमनि श्रीकृष्णं ध्यात्वा मोक्षवाप्नुयात् काष्ठ भारवल्हो बिल्लो गृहराजो बभूवव तस्मिन् जन्मवि श्रीराम सेव्य जगाम वयम् उल्कामुको महाराजो नृपो दशरथो भवत् श्री रंगनाथ संपूज्य श्री वैकुंठ तवगमात् धार्मिक सत्य संदश्च साधुर्मोध्वजो भवत् देहार्ध कके चित्वा दत्वा मोक्ष वापहम तुंगध्वजो महाराज स्वयं भू भवत् किल सर्वान् भागवतान् कृत्वा श्री वैकुंठे तदा गमत हरि ओम इति स्कंद पुराणे रेवाखंडे सत्यनारायण व्रत कथायां पंचमोऽध्याय संपूर्णम बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय. In chapter 5 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha, there was a king by the name of Tungadwad Raja. Power of discrimination, status, class. Tungadwad Raja never associated with anybody because he felt that he was above everyone. One day he goes hunting, and at the end of the hunting period, he saw the gopis who are the Param Bhaktas of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Gopis totally surrendered themselves into the worship of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Totally surrendered. Lost in that soul of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. We try to attain that level also. But human nature is such that we are bound by Maya, illusion, material objects. Nevertheless, we should strive to do some form of bhakti, shraddha, meditation, which are the tools that will allow us to conquer this cycle of life and death. The gopis at the end of the bhakti, Satya-Narayan Katha, they offered the prasad to Tungadwad Raja. And even then too, he didn't eat. And then, because of that, Bhagwan Narayan gets extremely angry and destroys his entire kingdom. So when he comes there, he sees his kingdom burned to ashes. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, there's a beautiful slok. When man acquires a taste to pursue an object of desire, he will go to any lengths to acquire it. And when he doesn't get it, what happens? He falls down onto the ground and he loses all his senses. That's exactly what happened to Tungadwaj Raja. He lost all his senses. Now, his status is now reduced to that of a common man, with cap in hand. He goes back to where the gopis were doing the Satya Vrat Katha. He joins them, has the prasad. And he begs Bhagwan Sri Narayan, forgive me for my mistake. And Bhagwan Narayan, merciful as he is, reinstates his entire kingdom and his children and his family. Sutji goes on to say, after being questioned by Sonak and the other rishis, what happened to all those people in all those earlier chapters? Sutji goes on to say that that very poor Brahman, Shatanan Brahman, was born as Sudama in his next birth. Now we all know the story of Bhagwan Sudama and Bhagwan Krishna. They were the best of friends, they all studied together. One was very rich and the other was extremely poor. But the friendship that developed between them did not have any form of discrimination. Sudama had a wife that continuously nagged him. We're living in this informal settlement and poor. Yet your friend is so rich, why don't you go and approach him and ask him for some help? But Sudama was a humble soul. So because he continued to be nagged, one day he decided, let me go and see Bhagwan Sri Krishna in Dwarika. And he goes to Dwarika. What do I take? I got nothing. So he takes a little bit of pova, grain, wheat, and he ties it on a stick with a bundle, and he goes there to Dwarika. And when he arrives in Dwarika, Jay and Vijay, the doorkeepers, refuse to allow him, torn, tattered. How can you be a friend of Bhagwan Sri Krishna? Where he is and where are you? And he begged them, please just tell Bhagwan Krishna Sudama is here to see him. Now you can see Bhagwan Sri Krishna is lying on Seshnag. Rukshmani ji is pressing his legs, and the guards come there and say, Sudama is here to see you. And Bhagwan Krishna jumps up, runs to the door, hugs, irrespective of what his condition is, hugs him, brings him, and he puts him on the same place where Bhagwan Sri Krishna is sitting. Rukshmani is looking astounded. Who is this beggar that Bhagwan Sri Krishna puts on the same pedestal? And Bhagwan Krishna tells Rukshmani, wash his feet. Remember, early on we said that we give the highest respect to a Brahman. Sudama was a Brahman. That was the only mistake Rukshmani ji made in her life. Later on in the Rukshmani Puran, she suffered many consequences because of that one single thought. Eventually she washed, they spoke, they had meals, and he goes back home. Never asked Bhagwan for anything. Goes home, couldn't find his house. But in its place was a palace. The neighbors said, that's your house. And he looks in the skies and he tells Bhagwan, Bina maangne se mujhko de diya. Without asking, you fulfill my wishes. That is the love that the devotee has for Bhagwan. Bina maangne se. The woodcutter, He was born as the king of a Bhil tribe. In a Ramcharitamanas, when Ramji, Sitaji and Lakshman had 14 years vanvas, this king of the Bhil tribe was the one that served them for 14 years. Wherever they went, he built the ashrams, the huts and whatever it was also for them. Urkamukh Raja was born as Dasarath Raja in his next birth, and we all know through Dasarath Raja, Bhagwan Shri Ramji was born. What happened to the Sadhu Vanya? He became one of the greatest rulers in India, Mayur Dwaj Raja, who ruled with the same love and devotion as Satya-Narayan Katha. Even at that point in time, Bhagwan said, I still need to test him one more time. So he approaches him. Now here's an elevated, enlightened soul who has done tapasya for so many years. And when Bhagwan approaches him and asks him for half his body, he lifts his hand and he says, take. How often can we do that? He attained liberation, and Tungadwad Raja was born as Swayambhu Manu. Manu and Shatrupa are the creators of the human race. After doing tapasya for many, many years, we call them the Adam and Eve of creation. Bhagwan Sri Krishna took birth from Shatrupa's womb. And through there was all the rishis that were born, Sonak, Sapta rishis and Kashyap. We will note that whenever we are doing Gotraj Puja or Shraddh Kriya, we will come across Kashyap Gotraj. If you don't know your Gotraj, the priest will say Kashyap Gotraj. Narad Muni is very happy with all these enlightened stories about all these various entities in Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And Bhagwan reinstates the blessings of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. And he goes on to say that those devotees that do the Katha, those that listen to the Katha, those that partake in the Katha, we've got YouTube live on at this very moment. And those devotees that are at home listening to the Katha will be blessed by Bhagwan Sri Narayan. He will fulfill all your wishes, all your desires. Man vanchit fal prapti artham. He goes on to say, those living in poverty will attain wealth. Those that want to get married will also get married. Those that are looking for job, whatever your wishes, whatever your desires, Bhagwan Sri Narayan will fulfill that. That, in essence, is the solution that has been offered to us in this age of Kali Yuga, that will allow all of us to overcome the challenges and the difficulties that we are faced with. Would that we end chapter 5 of the Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo Sri Satya-Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Sri Achyutam Keshavam Sri Ramanarayan Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Sitaram Madhavam Gopika Vallabham Janaki Nayakam Sri Ramachandram Ram 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 Nam Tarakam Sri Rama Krishna Vasudeva Bhakti Mukti Nayakam Shankaraya Kiyaman Punya Dana Kirtanam Sri Janaki Manohara Sarva Lokeshanatham. Bolo Sri Satya-Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. That ends the Satya-Narayan Katha. We will now prepare for the Aarti. So please note that the Aarti Tharis are just underneath your budget there. You can move your stools back. Can all rise and light your Aartis also. ચડતી માં લેજો. To some of the young people to ring bell.
कृष्ण कन्हैया
लाल की जय,
श्री
सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय। ओम जय जगदीश हरे, प्रभु जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। जो जावे फल पावे, दुख विनसे मन का, प्रभु दुख विनसे मन का। सुख संपत्ति घर आवे, सुख संपत्ति घर आवे, कष्ट मिटे तन का। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। मात पिता तुम मेरे, शरण करूं मैं किसकी, प्रभु शरण करूं मैं किसकी। तुम बिना और न दूजा, प्रभु बिना और न दूजा, आश करूं मैं जिसकी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम पूर्ण परमात्मा, तुम अंतर्यामी, प्रभु तुम अंतर्यामी। पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, तुम सबके स्वामी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम करुणा के सागर, तुम पालन करता, प्रभु तुम पालन करता। मैं बालक अज्ञानी, मैं बालक अज्ञानी, कृपा करो भरता। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। तुम हो एकल गोचर, सबके प्राणपति, प्रभु सबके प्राणपति। किस विध मिलो दयामय, किस विध मिलो दयामय, तुमको मैं तुमकी। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। दिन बंधु दुख हरता, आशक तुम मेरे, प्रभु आशक तुम मेरे। करुणा हस्त बढ़ाओ, करुणा हस्त बढ़ाओ, चरण पड़ा तेरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। विषय विकार मिटाओ, पाप हरो देवा, प्रभु पाप हरो देवा। श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, संतन की सेवा। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। प्रभु जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। कर्पूर गौरम करुणावतारम, संसार सारम भुजगेन्द्रहारम। सदा वसंतम हृदयारण्ये, भवन् भवानी सहितं नमामि। मंगलम भगवान विष्णु, मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज, मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष, मंगलाय तनोहरि। सर्वे मंगल मांगल्ये, शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके, शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी, नारायणी नमोस्तुते, नारायणी नमोस्तुते, नारायणी नमोस्तुते।
Hari Om Aratikam. One person can sprinkle water 3 times around Aarti Thari. Hari Om Yani Kani Papani Janmantakritani Cham Tani Sarvani Nashyantu Pradakshinam Pade Pade Pradakshinam Pade Pade. Bhagwan ne Aarti apo. Devadeva Bhivandanam Devadeva Bhivandanam Devadeva Bhivandanam Devadeva Bhivandanam Devadeva Bhinan. Turn around. Hari Om Sarva Dishayam Vandanam Chaturtam Dishayam Vandanam Devadeva Bhivandanam Devadeva Bhivandanam. You take Aarti. Hari Om Atma Kalyana Vandanam Atma Kalyana Vandanam Atma Kalyana Vandanam Atma Kalyana Vandanam. Hari Om Atma Kalyana Vandanam. You can leave your Aarti tharis down, take your seats. If you got prasad there, leave the prasad open, please. Leave it in front there, Hitesh. Down. Leave it down, Hitesh.
જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
સાથે લક્ષ્મીલાને લાવો મારા વાલા
સાથે લક્ષ્મી માને લાવો મારા વાલા
જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
શીરો પૂરી ને ઘેબર ગારીઓ રે
શીરો પૂરી ને ઘેર ગારીઓ રે
દૂધી બટાકાનું શાક મારા વાલા
દૂધી બટાકાનું શાક મારા વાલા
જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
ભાત બનાવ્યો ઘણા ભાવથી રે
ભાત બનાવ્યો ઘણો ભાવથી રે.
ઓ સાથે તુવેરની દાળ મારા વાલા
સાથે તુવેરની દાળ મારા વાલા
જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
યમુના નીર મેં તો હેત ભર્યા રે
યમુના નીર મેં તો હેત ભર્યા રે
આચમન કરવાને તમે આવો મારા વાલા
આચમન કરવાને તમે આવો મારા વાલા
જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
લવિંગ સોપારીને એલચી રે
લવિંગ સોપારીને રચી રે
ભક્તો આપે છે મુખવાસ મારા વાલા
ભક્તો આપે છે મુખવાસ મારા
એ
વાલા
તમે જમવા આવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
તમે જમવાયાવો ને સત્યનારાયણ
બોલો સત્યનારાયણ ભગવાન કી જય.
Hari Om Mantra Pushpanjali. All rise. All Yajman, take flowers in your hand. Put flowers in your Aarti Thari there also. Take all those flowers also. In your Aarti Thari, there's flowers there also. Hari Om Shantakaram Bhujagasayanam Padmanabham Suresam Viswadaram Gagana Sadrisam Megavarnam Subhangam Lakshmi-kantam Kamalanayanam Yogi Vidyanagamyam Vande Vishnu Bhobaharam Sarvaloke Ekanatham Hari Om Papoham Papokaramaham Papatama Sambhava Trahimam Pundarirkaksha Sarva Papo Haro Harim Om Anyata Sharanam Nasti Tvamevam Sharanam Mama Tasmad Karuna Bhavinam Rakshamam Parmeswaram Hari Om Yagnena Yagnamaya Janta Devam Stani Dharmani Pratamanya Sannam Tehana Kammaimana Sachanta Yatra Purve Satyaha Santi Deva Santi Deva Santi Deva Hari Om Sarvadevtabhyo Namo Namah Gurubhyo Namo Namah Brahmanebhyo Namo Namah Matrubhyo Namo Namah Pitrubhyo Namo Namah Hari Om Satya Narayana Devtabhyo Namo Namah Riddhi Siddhi Sahit Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami at the feet of Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Shanti Paath. Hari Om Yav Shanti Antarisha Gum Shanti Prithavi Shanti Apaha Shanti Roshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Vishwe Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagam Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Sama Shanti Revi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Bolo Sri Satya Narayan Bhagwan ki jai. Ganapati Gajananda ki jai. Lakshmi-Narayan Bhagwan ki jai. Shri Rama Lakshmana Janaki jai. Pavan Sutta Hanuman ki jai. Shiva Shankara Bholenath ki jai. Radhe Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Adya Shakti Ambe Mat ki jai. Adya Shakti Saraswati Mat की जय. सदगुरु देव की जय. हरि ओम नमः पार्वती पते हर हर महादेव हर. You can join your two hands. Hari Om Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktihinam Sureswaram Yat Pujitam Maya Deva Paripurnatartumim Aparadha Sastrani Kriyantani Shanmaya Dasumiti Mamatva Shamakshvam Parmeshwaram Avahanam Najanami Na Janami Chavarchanam Pujanteva Najanami Shamakshvam Parmeshwara Anyata Sharanam Nastitvam Evam Sharanam Mama Tasmad Karuna Bhavinam Rakshamam Parmeshwara. Can remain seated. Thank you. May I request the volunteers to please take the arti and panchamrit out, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, devotees, we've come to the conclusion of a very spiritually energy-charged Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. On behalf of Surat Arya Bhajan Mandal and SAPTAH Mandir, we'd like to record our sincere thanks and appreciation to each and every one of you, especially the Yajmans, who have sacrificed the time and made a commitment to participate in this wonderful Satya-Narayan Vrat Katha. May Bhagwan bless you all, fulfill all your wishes and all your desires. When we bow down at the end of the proceedings to the main budget, whatever your wishes, whatever your desires, you can ask Bhagwan when you bow down, and he will surely fulfill it. You can take the artis and panchamrit out, please. We also want to record our sincere thanks to all the wonderful devotees that are present here in joining us on this Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Thank you for also sacrificing your time and joining us. Again, the dialogue in the Katha clearly illustrates that it's not only the one that are participating, those that listen will be truly blessed by Bhagwan Shri Narayan. I'll be failing in my duty if I do not record the sincere thanks to the various committees of the SAPTAH Mandir. We have created an atmosphere that is equivalent to Vrindavan, Kasi, Mathura, Gokul, Dwarika, for your benefit. And this atmosphere pervades our entire souls, creating this energy that we are so charged by the wonderful Katha, and of course, I want to call them the evergreen Surat Arya Bhajan Mandal and its members. I think they deserve a wonderful round of applause also. To all those committee members, that during the course of this past few weeks, to prepare this wonderful bedis, bhajats, puja, samagris, the meals. To them, our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation. They deserve a wonderful round of applause and a pat on the back also. To the many, many sponsors, donors, that year in and year out for every function of SAPTAH Mandir comes through without asking, gives us the donation that we require to maintain and sustain the Mandir and its activities. Lots of them out there. We record our sincere thanks and appreciation to them also. A few instructions. Please note, the devotees that are seated here, they are volunteers who will come out there to empty the budget. Please do not, and I repeat, do not lift anything from the budget. They will come in. They've got instructions how to pack everything for you. The mukwas, the coconut, your prasads, whatever is there on the budget will be packed for you. So allow them to do their work also. I'm going to ask one or two volunteers to please clear up the stools in the first row also, please, if we can. Just the stools in the first row. We're going to request everybody to come and take darshan of the main budget and also darshan of the priest to get his blessings for conducting this Satya Narayan Vrat Katha also. So with that, please note, the devotees out there also can please join. The queues will come in from that end and go out this end. So please, the queues must be formed there. And thereafter, we can then make our way upstairs to the upper hall where lunch is going to be served. So again, once again, thank you to everybody for joining us on this wonderful morning of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Thank you very much. Hari Om.